All right, ladies and gentlemen, what is going on, everybody? Welcome to the stream. Hopefully, you guys are having a great day today so far. As you can see, we're going to be throwing it back to a little bit of Black Ops 2. It has been a long time since I have played this game, but we're going to immediately hop in here to a Nukejack game and hopefully do something pretty sweet. I was playing this game a little bit last night, having a lot of fun with it, and hopefully I'll be able to have a little bit of fun streaming it for you guys as well. Yo, what's going on, Kenster? Welcome to the stream today, man. How you doing today, brother? Yo. So, last night, what I was really using a lot of was this class right here. This class is absolutely beast. This Silenced Scar. I highly recommend it for anybody who plays this game. It's absolutely insane. What's going on, Boss Nation, Nighthawk, Tucked Slice, James McKeever, Baba Ops, Chase Morse, Boss Nation. Oh my goodness. Billiard, Cooler Kid, what's up, man? Sean Wells, Toxic. How you guys all doing today? Welcome. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Jesus, we had people in here really quickly. That's insane. So yeah, I'm not really sure how we're going to be able to do today. We are playing hardcore, so hopefully that doesn't have any issues with us. Please don't kill me. Please, of course it's going to get me, dude. Of course it's going to get me. What's going on, JC Panda? What's going on, Romic? How you guys doing? Welcome to the stream. And Baba Ops already coming in with that nice, solid, juicy host. I appreciate that, brother. Ooh. There's another one. Oh, God. I'm gonna pick up all those tags, boys. Let's freaking go. Yo, we got 15 people in here. What's going on, Demented? Am I using a controller? I'm not, man. I'm actually using keyboard and mouse. Ready for the Super Bowl? Hell yeah, dude. What's that? I'm just messing with you. I'm not a huge fan of football, bro, to be 100% honest with you. The only sports I pay attention to are esports. Kappa. I'm just kidding. I probably will watch a little bit of the Super Bowl, bro, but to be honest with you, I'm not, like, extremely, like, hyped for it, you know? I don't know if you feel me on that, but I don't know. I've never really been a huge football fan in general. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm into sports, but, like, I don't know. Football just never really been my thing, man. Never really been my thing. What's going on, McParty? How you doing today, man? What's going on, Sniper? Welcome, everybody. Welcome. The spawns in this game mode right now are absolutely atrocious because it's kill confirmed, and it's hardcore, and it's ground war, and it's on Hijacked, one of the smallest maps in the game. So, yeah. Because you are a nerd, Susano, you didn't even type nerd right, you nerd. What's up, you Waste and Sniper? How you guys doing today? Welcome to the stream. JK, I appreciate that, Susano. Thank you. Saving me a little bit there. I was a little bit worried. What's going on, Reckless Gaming? How you doing today, brother? Welcome to the stream. Where are these guys gonna be? They're gonna be pushing over here. Alright, we might have performed a serious power flank right here, guys. What? That's seriously gonna look like a hack. Like, no lie, that's going to look like a hack. Who just hosted the stream? You Waste! I appreciate that host, brother. Thank you very much for the support, dude. Appreciate it. Ah, damn, dude. We couldn't get that reaction time in there. Snipers, thank you very much for the host as well. I appreciate that. Thank you. Damn. Didn't even realize there were people there. Tell your roommate to put a shirt on. Lol. He's fine. He's fine. And it's got to mute a couple minutes. I have a German test tomorrow. BRB. Alright, bro. Yo, good luck studying German, dude. I know absolutely .0 German. That Scar looking pretty good. Dude, this Scar class setup, I'm telling you guys. I'm telling you. It's one of the best class setups you can use in this game. Hands down. It's not even really debatable. Silent Scar with stock and quick draw. It's amazing. Yo, what's up? It's Nathan. Welcome to the stream today, dude. How you doing today, man? Alright, this has always been one of my favorite places to push. Just push this catwalk right here. You can always get like a good amount of kills if you got good reaction time. And better snap on than that. You going for nukes, James McKeever? Hell yeah, dude. We're going to be going for nukes. I probably won't be able to get any nukes in hardcore, just because hardcore nukes have never really been my thing. But we'll see how we do. We'll see how we do. Oh my god. That guy sounds really salted. Wow. I'm finally watching? That's good.
Oh yeah, you're fucking trash.
It looks like a 2-hit. This class setup is literally insane. It literally 2-hits people. So then my classes, bro. Yo, what's going on, Alan Mustang? How you doing today, bro? Welcome to the stream, man.
Okay, and you're fucking supposed to be what the best master precision? What the fuck?
Bot Crinjo. We're gonna mute him as soon as possible. Currently waiting for Six Siege to let me play. Matchmaking is so bad. I remember playing Rainbow Six Siege back when the beta came out, and I was not a huge fan of it. To be 100% honest with you, I just wasn't digging it, and yeah, it just wasn't good in my opinion. I don't really know why. So I was experiencing a little bit of lag that game, guys, and I think I know why. So just give me a quick second here. You guys are seeing my desktop right now, but you'll see the game here in just a second. I got my first quad feed today, and to finish it, it was a 5-man, dude. That's just usually how those quad feeds work. I remember I was playing yesterday, and I ended up like getting a chain kill, and I didn't even realize it was a chain kill. I was so close to getting like so many nuclears yesterday too, bros. You have no idea how pissed I was. So stupid, dude. I could fresh start right now. You guys think I should fresh start? Probably not. That's really not a good idea. Why is my roommate naked? He's not naked. He just doesn't have a shirt on. Brock Carlson, hey, Hedis, it's Zero BBQ. I'm at my grandparents' house. Yo, what's up, Brock? How you doing today, man? Or Zero BBQ. Is that your real name? Is your real name Brock? Because if so, that's hot. That's really hot. How does the stream commands work? So you just... Hello? You just type in the commands right in the stream, dude, and it should, and they should work. Oh, they're all listed right below the stream. They should all be listed right there. All right, we gotta make a comeback here, boys. Sit tight. Come back, boys. I'm telling you. What? I'm telling you, dudes. These guys are raging. Oh my god, you're lagging. Did you guys see that dude skipping? Yo, Billiard, I'll play with you, man. I'll be sure to play with you. I got you. Get out of here, dude. Stop trying to kill my teammates. I.e. my enemies. Dude, how long are we going to be able to sit in this house for? Like, for real. Like, they literally don't even know that we're here. And no one's challenging me. Alright, we're not hitting those shots. That's cool. We'll just get that guy. That's alright. What? What? Chat. There are some things that we don't talk about, and that's one of them. Get out of here, dude. Oh, no, he did not just knife me. Oh, that is not good. Oh, that was not a good day for you, sir. Literally stood up, wrecked that guy. Finn, Bob, and Jack, what's going on, boys? Welcome to the stream. Alright, we're still making a comeback here, dudes. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. Here we go. We got 30 viewers in the stream already. What's going on, The Real Icy? How you doing today, man? Wait. Are you kidding me? I didn't get that kill? No! We lost. I thought we had a W there for sure, boys, and we choked it. We choked it so hard. One grind. Thank you very much for that, host, man. I appreciate it. And Toxic22 coming in with a subscription. I appreciate that, brother. What's going on, Jack? Welcome to the stream. What's going on, Zalem? How you doing today, brother? I brought some G Fuel. Only one pack, though. Hey, that's all good, man. I still haven't had any G Fuel, like, in my life. I'm playing on the PC, my dude. Team Vortex, what's up, brother? Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. We're going to do one more gun game, guys, because I can't stand losing to those people. That's just not happening. Your frame rate's still dropping on Twitch? Is the frame rate dropping? Is it really? Well, I'm not dropping any frames here, but what was happening was that I was losing frames while playing. And so I think that had something to do with it. After this game, I'm going to back out. I'm going to play with some of you guys. So if you guys haven't shot me a friend request on Steam, make sure you go ahead and do that. Type ! Steam ID in the chat. Shoot me a friend request. I'll accept it, and we'll play. It's pretty easy. Pretty simple. I accept all friend requests unless my friends list is full, so do not be shy. The commands don't work? The commands don't work for the chat. Do they really? Nightbot should be in here. I can double check in just a second and see if Nightbot's in here. I'm eating, so I'm AFK. Be back later. I'll stay on the stream, though. Hey, I appreciate that, Brock. Zero BBQ. I love your streams. Thank you, Zaylin. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Can I have a shout out? Shout out to John Spice, dude. You came into my stream yesterday asking for a shout out too, bro. What's up with that? 20 likes already? We have 20 likes on this stream and 0 dislikes? We're playing a game that's freaking 8 years old now? Is that a thing? Okay. Not the best start ever. That's alright, though. Let's just go kill this guy. He's making me mad just sitting back here. What are you doing, dude? Oh, God. We couldn't snap on anybody. That's cool. You Waste, what's up, brother? Whew. Oh, God. Oh, did we get him? I don't think we did. Nope, we're still on the chicken. Oh, this guy. We got a knifer, boys. That actually looked like aim hacks there for a second. Like, when you really think about it, that looked like aim hacks. They really don't work? Alright, I'll be sure to check them out. I'll be sure to check them out. No, that's cool, Hennis. That's cool, dude. You don't need to aim in this game. Not a first-person shooter. How many people do I need to spray through? Did you guys see that? They all just lined up. What's going on, Nicholas? How you doing today, brother? Come on, Hennis. Come on. You just need a headshot. What? Okay. This is a little bit ridiculous. And then that happens to me, dude. Dude. No. Oh, God. I swear to God. I swear. I'll check out the commands after this, guys. Dude, come on. These kids are so pathetic. I'm all the way back down to level 1, dude. Good thing it's not only happening to me, though. Did I just get a double kill? I swear to God, if a knife spawns behind me, I'm going to murder somebody. In real life. Thank God that guy didn't knife me. Yo, what's going on, Baddock? How you doing today, man? Welcome to the stream. What's going on, Ride Gaming? How you doing today, brother? Oh, nope. Stay away from me. Huh. Should we just stay in here? We can't. We cannot. Billiard, stop spamming. Just type a command or an emote once. It's not necessary for you to type it in 3 times. Dude, the amount of knifing that's going on right now is actually kind of disgusting. These guys are insistent on this game lasting for as long as possible. That was a nice shot on that guy. Your bullets are going right through them? That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying, dude. I wasn't spamming those 3 different times? No, I know, but I'm saying, Boss and Q, like, when you got the emote... Okay, whatever. I know, but it's just annoying, like, when you... If it's still... despite the fact that it's 3 different times, you know, like, it's all in quick succession. I don't know. I'm just saying that my chat is not populated enough for that to be good. So, and I've asked you guys before, so I'm just asking you again, politely, to not do that. Por favor. Thank you. Appreciate it. I'm gonna get knifed from behind. I feel it. Nope. Okay. I'm gonna stay right here. We're gonna camp like little... Okay. That dude is really bad. The timestamp is different. I know the timestamp is different, but I'm just saying, if you already entered it in and it's still the most recent thing in the chat, then why do you have to type it in again? I have 28 people watching me right now on a combination of YouTube and Twitch. We just can't have that, man. I'm just asking politely, all right? That's all I'm saying. If it's already the most recent thing in the chat and you've already been typed it in, if you can see it on the same freaking page, and I'm just asking you to not do it, please. These kids, I bet, like, think they're the coolest kids in town. You know what I'm saying? Not even on my screen, dude. Not even on my screen. Don't do it. Do you guys understand how... He spawned right there, didn't he? Oh, that's beautiful. That's just gorgeous. Hello? What's going on, Reese? How you doing today, man? They're going to make this the longest game of all time. And we are just going to have to make sure that we do not... We're just going to have to make sure that we can win this. Alright, here we go, boys. Here we go. Turn it up. I need more people like you. Come on, boys. Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. Yeah, we got 32 people in here right now, guys. I appreciate all the support and all the love. I'm sorry that I can't, like, win anything right now. That's because I'm literally playing with absolute knifing peasants. So, I'm doing my best. Just know that. I swear to God, if you kill me. I legitimately didn't even see that other guy. Okay, I gotta go. My friend giving and then watch the Super Bowl. Turkey, so yum, yum, yum. Yo, have fun, dude. I swear to God. I swear to God. Okay, we gotta move. We are going to have to move locations. Can you play music? I am playing music, man, so that's kind of awkward. That lets me know that you guys can't hear it. Cool. Okay, I swear to God, if I get knifed now, I can't get knifed now, guys. We cannot get knifed. That is not an option. Ooh. Oh, that guy dodged that so perfectly. What's going on, Wild Gaming? How you doing today, man? What's going on, Vape Zero? I missed the wall. I missed the wall. And killed myself. I had 63 kills in a gun game. Let me let that sink in. Stop paying attention to chat and play, then you won't get knifed. That's not how this works. I can be interactive. I'm losing connection. My grandparents have ducky internet. Gotta go. See you later, man. Alright, see you later, bro. That's a GG. That is not a GG. That was not a GG at all. Look at these guys down here at the bottom with 0 score. And look at these stabs. 47 and 26. These guys literally go home every night and they masturbate to their 27 stabs that they get. Asher N, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. Azex. Billiard, I'm a little bit upset, dude, that you're continuing to critique my stream. Because of that, I'm going to keep playing solo. Alright, let me go ahead and turn up the music for you guys because I know you guys want to hear music. I look really short now with my webcam angled like that. That's alright, though. I'm going to turn the music here a little bit, guys. Let me know if that's too loud. Whatever. Yo, Hennis is a savage? I'm not a savage, dude. I'll invite you after this game, Boston Q. I want to play one in the chamber. I want to play one in the chamber really badly. Zalian, who do you think will win, the Falcons or the Patriots? I'm going for the Falcons. I honestly have, like, literally no idea, dude. I would say probably the Falcons, but I'm just guessing. What's going on, Samir? How you doing today, man? Welcome to the stream. I'm sorry if I butchered your name. Hey, bro, can you give me a shout-out? Shout-out to Josh Suze07. Shout-out to you, bro. You mean sucky internet? Hey, it's alright, bro. I understand what you meant. I understand what you meant. Tell your roommate to put a shirt on. Nicholas wants you to put a shirt on. Well, okay, I'll just go back to H1. No, Billiard, don't you dare go back to H1. That's not what we agreed on. LMA the master. Darnell, what's up, brother? Welcome to the stream, man. This dude's just gonna camp back here. He's gonna think he's so cool rotating spawns. There we go. That was short-lived, wasn't it, bud? This is hardcore, I just realized that. Awesome Gamer, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream. Shut up for the Pats. I don't know, man. I just don't pay attention to football, like, at all. So, I honestly would not be able to give you, like, any statistics or any, like... Honestly wouldn't be able to give you, like, a reasonable shadow... I don't know. I wouldn't be able to give you, like, any data to back up my reasoning. You know what I'm saying? Major six-pack be like? Yeah, true. Jack, what's up, man? Oh, God. But we agreed one last game of gun game? I know we did. And then you started getting mad at me. Yeah, I just got turned down. Alright, here we go, boys. Time to turn up. Damn, dude. This is going to be hard to win. Hardcore is all difficult by itself, but it's free-for-all, and it's on a small map like Hijacked, so we'll see how we do. Six-pack of crayons? Yeah. Oh, that's funny. I never heard that before. Alright, we're going to stay down here. Alright, that's cool. Knives just don't go through people. Hennis, I was grinding diamond launchers on IW today. They were easier than they were in BO3. Interesting. That almost makes me wonder, dude. Like, would it be easier to grind for Dank Matter or Black Sky or whatever the hell it's called in that game versus freaking Black Ops 3? I don't know. I don't know. I can't concentrate right now though because these guys are going really balls to the walls. Dude, there's just way too many people. Is this hardcore? Yeah, dude. This is insane. This is what got me hooked on Call of Duty. Legitimately. Like just this game mode all by itself. This is the greatest playlist in Call of Duty history. Nuke jacked. It's unbelievable. Here we go. We're turning up. No! Oh, we're getting shot through the wall. Alright, we're 3 behind. Here we go. Thought there was a guy in there. Nope, nope, don't kill me. You're bad. Oh my god, I thought I could get him. What's going on, Bone Collector? How you doing today, man? Welcome to the stream. I'm playing on the PC, my dude. I'm playing on PC. No, I could have got a nice little collateral right there. What's going on, Blue Ice? How you doing today, brother? I'm not staying in the spawns like I should. Nope. Come on, reload. Thank you. I'm losing way too many opportunities for kills right now. I'm losing way too many opportunities for kills. I'm going to lose that. I rightfully lost that. Plexilation is getting bad. Alright, thanks, Boston Q. Damn it, dude. Damn it. Alright, I got an idea. MQ, what's going on, brother? Welcome to the stream. It's weird, Boston Q, because I was talking to Tom last night, and I'm pretty sure it's an issue that only comes on Twitch. Like, it's not even an issue with frickin'... I didn't want to add that there. Give me a second here, boys. You guys gonna be able to see the game, and you guys shouldn't be lagging any longer. Alright? I promise you. Get ready for this. Alright, here we go. Scar H equals kids raging? For real, dude. Absolutely. Alright, here we go. You guys should be able to see everything now. To screen. Exciting. Fit to screen. Perfect. Should be good. Had a state I got the LV8 Balisc thingy. That's how it's spelled. I think that's how it's spelled, man. Yeah. I think that's I'm pretty sure that's how it's spelled. Alright, leave the lobby. Alright, Boston Q, I'm coming online, buddy. You join up on my session, dude. I can't invite him to game for some reason. Here we go. Let me invite you to my game. Hopefully you should be able to join up there. Hennis, there's a double key weekend on IW, so expect new stuff. That's actually a good point, dude. We may be able to expect some new stuff. What's going on, Colton Shreese? How you doing today, man? Welcome to the stream. Team Vortex, how do you feel about Club Penguin? I think Club Penguin is a great game, but I heard it's shutting down. Is that true? If that's true, I should make a video on it as quickly as possible. You're gonna go watch on Twitch? It's weird. I think that people who watch on Twitch experience some sort of like lag or pixelation that they don't get when they watch on YouTube, which I don't understand. It's very confusing and frustrating for me because I don't understand why that happens. Okay. Spawn's already flipped. Thanks, teammates. Okay, we're just gonna get out of there. Calling a UAV. Yo, what's going on, JSQN? How you doing today, brother? Wow, these spawns flip fast. Like, holy crap. Like, look at how fast these spawns are flipping, dude. No! I'm standing still, dude. Pure Skill Gaming, what's up, brother? Welcome to the stream. Hey, bro, I need help with Stream Warrior. JSQN. I actually have a tutorial coming up on my channel today, dude. I'm not even kidding you. That actually gives an updated version of how to add subscriber alerts to your YouTube stream without you having to use Stream Warrior. It's a great tutorial, man. It's great. Oh, dude, he's camping with one of those riot shields, dude. It's so interesting when you come back to these previous Call of Duties and you're reminded of all of the things that you don't miss. You know? It's amazing. I feel like I'm getting like a solid 30 FPS right now. This is really bad. They're all inside there. Let's just go ahead and get back here. Gotcha, boy. Let's freaking go. Killzone, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream. Saw, dude. Saw, dude. No, of course there was another guy there. Yo, Killzone, I appreciate that follow today, man. Welcome to the Pro Hennis Army. I appreciate that support, man. Thank you very much. What keyboard and mouse do I use, Rubik? I use a Razer Essential keyboard with a Razer Mamba mouse. Or no, excuse me, a Razer Death Adder mouse. Oh god, I did not mean to mantle there. Oh god. That's a teammate. That was more specifically Boston Q. Oh god. No! Yo, Rivel HD, I appreciate that subscription, man. Welcome to the Pro Hennis Army. I appreciate that support, dude. Thank you very much for the love on the YouTube stream. Can I get a spam in the chat for both those two guys who just subscribed and followed? What are your names? Killzone and frickin' the other dude whose name I forget because I have short-term memory like Dory. Well, I always find it funny when people call themselves an army. Hell yeah, dude, we are an army. That friendly Lodestar? That better be a friendly Lodestar, right? Damn, we're snapping onto these people, dude. Team Vortex. Hey, is there anyone on Twitch that's getting bad lag just to tell them to put their settings to source, not high? Yeah, that's true, dude. I've actually heard that does help. Wait a minute. Thought there was a guy. Oh, no, wait. Spawns are all behind us. Are we Gucci? Like, what is going on? Teamsmate, what's going on, man? What system is this? This is PC, dude. That guy literally took one bullet and just died. That is the beauty of this, man. Oh, how triggered are they? That's such an easy wall to shoot right there, man. Confirmed, I am a blocker, but I am blocked by Hennis. You're not blocked, Mats. You're blocked. You're not blocked, man. I'm sorry. I'm just... Oh, my God. I'm sorry, guys. I know that a lot of you guys get triggered when I don't answer your messages, and I'm not doing this on purpose. Trust me. I don't maliciously go out of my way to avoid interacting with you guys. That's not who I am. But you guys need to understand that I have two eyes that has to look at a game and two chats at once, so I apologize for that. I don't think he responds to Twitch comments. No, I do respond to Twitch comments, guys. I do. I do. Just bear with me, guys. I just need you guys to have patience with me. I'm just here to, like, stream, like, have fun with you guys. All right, so if I don't, like, immediately respond to your message, please don't hate me, all right? Wow, that was awkward. Here we go. Nah, of course the other guy pushes in. Oh, I can't, right. I was like, why am I not respawning? All right, here we go. We're gonna watch Crusher here. Oh, taken an L. Do I have diamond camo on BO2? I don't, man. No. Diamond camo is just never something I grinded for. It's just not really my thing. I hope they bring Nuke Jack to BO3. If they did, dude, that would be awesome. God, I should have expected that right there, to be honest with you. Oh, God. I wanted to dodge out of the way. Hennis, can you record with OBS if you only have a monitor, no desktop? I'm not really sure what you mean. If you have a monitor but no desktop. I'm afraid I don't understand your question. Can you record with OBS if you only have a monitor, no desktop? Like, if you have a laptop? Yes, you can record your screen if you have a computer. If you have a Windows or a Mac computer, you can record your screen with OBS. Ah, missed those snap-ons. And it's no PC? What do you mean no PC, man? Alright, we just captured it. This is where we gotta sit back and just wait for them to come to us. Just pick out these nice, easy kills. Alright, backing up, backing up, backing up, backing up. I'm gonna lay down right here. We're just gonna wait. Okay, never mind. If he doesn't read messages because he's concentrating on the match, not ignoring you, just retype the message, don't spam. Thank you, you waste. Thank you, man. Yo, Jordan is epic. What's up, brother? Welcome to the stream.
Kill confirmed. Counter UAV awaiting orders.
Oh, God, that was bad.
Shot out.
No, of course there was a guy right there, man. Come on, dude. Kesrick, use the Vector? I probably should use the Vector, man, in all honesty.
HQ offline.
Did I not get any streaks right there, man? Are you kidding me? I could have sworn I was going to get a V-stat out of that streak that I was getting.
On me.
Just got to get this quick reaction time here, boys. Here we go. Turn it up. Turn it up. No, of course, that guy just clips my head. Yo, what's going on, Amit? How you doing today, man? Is this Xbox 360, Marcos? It is not, man. It is PC gameplay. Good old raw, old-fashioned PC. Hennis, if you buy a setup and you buy a monitor and a PC desktop, you can record videos with only a monitor? Yes. Yes. Yes, you don't need more than one monitor to record at, if that's what you're saying. They have that capped down hard. You don't remember me, do you? No, Jordan is epic. I do remember you, man. That's the way. That's why I had that big reaction. Like, that's why I had that big reaction, man. Because I do recognize your name. Oh god, that's a teammate. Oh, we already killed all of them. All right, sweet. I'm gonna head over to this side. You guys ready to spawn kill these guys? Here we go. Just cap it. Cap it already.
Headquarters captured.
Are you kidding me? One guy spawns over there. That is a freaking joke, dudes.
Changing. UAV.
Now they're spawning over here.
Escort drone inbound. Shooter down.
No! That guy just got me. Hennis, can I be a moderator? Awesome gamer. I'm not looking for any new moderators right now, man. No, I'm saying you need a PC. Do you need a PC to record? To record console gameplay with OBS? Yes. Yes, to record console gameplay with OBS, you need a to record console gameplay with OBS, you need a capture card. You need OBS. Wait. You need a computer. Jesus, man, you're confusing me. BO2 is never dead? Absolutely, man. Is the Scar still good in core? Yeah, Susano. The Scar is still really good in core.
EKIA. UAV inbound.
Wait a minute. Oh, we capped the... Oh, shoot. I did not realize we had capped that.
Shot out.
I'm dead. I'm going to die here.
That's a kill. Enemy with weapon.
That aim.
Stand by.
We just get out of here, please? Thanks.
Hostiles have destroyed the headquarters.
And of course, he was right behind me. That aim was really bad. Holy crap.
Counter UAV.
Okay, lol, what the crap? I don't know anymore. Do a lot of people still play that game on PC? Play this game? Yeah, man, they do. Well, actually, no, not that many, but like more so than other games. What's that thing on your mic? It's actually a sock. Acts as a fantastic pop filter for a cheap, you know, poor college student. In comparison to other PC COD games, dudes, yeah, like this game definitely still gets a lot of exposure, which is nice. You know what I'm saying? Because like this is the first Call of Duty that like ever really got me into like Call of Duty. If that makes any sense. Like this game is like the only reason why I like Call of Duty, to be honest with you. Oh god, it's just too easy, dudes. It's too easy. I don't know where they're gonna start spawning now. I guess I'm just gonna keep calling them my UAVs. Hide and seek. What's up, man? Welcome to the stream, brother. Where was that spawn? Did he just spawn, like, looking at me? I need scav packs. I just realized that. No, come here. Come here. Oh, God. They spawned right in front of me, dude. They spawned legitimately right in front of me. That was amazing. Who's that watching you in the back? That's my roommate. Oh, God. Nope, 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 nope. I just got lucky right there. Chat, that's all that was. Just got an Orbitale VSAT. Hell yeah, I did. No, we died. I should have called it in. I really should have called it in. I was the only person left. But now we have it for next, for when the game continues. So that's good. His name is Matrix? Yeah, that's my roommate. His name is Matrice. We call him Matrix, though. Just kidding. His name's Matrix. We call him Matrice. I call him Matrice. This guy just upstairs? Guess so. I'm going to die. Yep. I saw that one coming a long ways away. Kenzik, is he alive? Yes, he is alive. I wouldn't leave a dead roommate in my room. That doesn't look very good for me. Hennis, I see that microwave. Will you make me exactly 15 pizza rolls? Yeah, sure, dude. Here, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to go ahead. I'm going to open up the door, and you just go ahead and throw your pizza rolls right at the microwave, all right? You do you, man. You do what you got to do to make your pizza rolls, man. I'm not going to hold you back. Put anything you want in there. You can put in exactly 15 pizza rolls. Maybe even 16. Whatever your heart desires. All up to you, man. It's a Quixify. What's up, man? I'm sorry if I just butchered your name, but I appreciate you coming by the stream today, dude. All you need to do is move like an inch forward, and that's exactly what you did. You did it for me. Josh, Adam, bro, you still haven't seen my pizza roll socks? You know what? Just so you stop yelling at me, alright? I'm going to go ahead and look at your pizza socks, your damn pizza socks right now, alright? I'm going to go onto my Snapchat, Josh, and I'm going to show everyone on stream your amazing pizza socks that you have tried to convince me for so long are just the most amazing thing ever. This guy's using an LMG with target finder. Ladies and gentlemen, these are pizza roll socks from Josh. Tell me that's not lit. Tell me that's not lit. Alright? I challenge you. Whew. And of course they spawn behind us. We need like fixed controlled spawns. Oh my god, Josh is now bay. True. I have a laptop and OBS, so can I live stream on YouTube? Hell yeah, dude. Your laptop may not be good enough. I don't know exactly like how good the specs are of your laptop, but you do need a pretty powerful computer in order to stream. You need a decent computer, you know, especially if it comes down to whether, you know, if it's a laptop. You're probably gonna need something pretty beastly in order to play. So you know, you just have to check with the specs of your laptop and see if they can handle it. My life is complete now? Hell yeah, dude. Those are some pretty lit pizza rolls, though. Not gonna lie. Wasn't exactly how I pictured him. I pictured him to be more pizza-like, not like all sponsored. Low-key, I think you just forced my hand to sponsor some of your content. Damn, that guy just literally came in and destroyed everybody. Bone Collector, they both have something in common. True. Is it back here? It might be. Are they back here? Oh, Jesus, they are. Just dropped by. What's up? Yo, what's going on, AKA Right? How you doing today, man? Welcome to the stream. Yeshua? Uplink? Dude, I need Uplink right now. Hell yeah. But Uplink's not in BO2. If it was, that'd be lit. So I have a hook, anything to my TV or anything. If you're recording... I'll back out and re-invite you, Boston Q. If you're recording using... So if you're trying to record your console, right? You're playing on a console, an Xbox, or a PlayStation, and you're trying to stream from your PC... You will need a capture card in order to see that on your PC, in order to see the console gameplay on your PC. There's no other way your PC will be able to stream out from your stream for your console, because your PC won't be able to see what your console sees. So that's why the capture card comes in. If you're just streaming PC games, like I am right now, I don't need a capture card for this. I'm not using a capture card right now. I'm just using game capture within OBS to capture this gameplay. Optic is trash. They still have the Nuketown only playlist. This isn't Nuketown only, man. This is Nuketown and Hijacked, dubbed Nukejacked 24/7. Core and hardcore, any game mode you can imagine in Black Ops 3. They just shove it all in here, ground war, and it's amazing. Okay. We don't really talk about these moments, chat. Ooh, alright. Hey, can I live stream from a potato? I don't think so, dude. Good question, though. I think that's the best question I've gotten today. Okay. We're done using the crossbow, because that really just doesn't work well for us. Ooh, alright, Boston Q. Alright, I see you. Oh, dude. How was that not a hit? No! Oh, I wanted that to kill him so bad. Dude, that guy is lagging so bad. You see this guy? That guy was lagging, bro. Holy crap. What? I was gonna frickin' say. Come on. Nope. Oh, he got me, dude. This gets so intense. Sticks his whole sticks and stones crap. This is why I love it, dude. This is great, man. What? Get away from me. Ooh, baby. No, of course he nailed me. Yeah, I'm not really going to be doing IW much more, guys, just because I'm not really into it. I don't know. IW to me just isn't really that much fun of a game. I don't know. Unless something like insane comes out with that game, right? Like, unless they release freaking 6 million new DLC weapons and everybody loves them and they're like super fun and easy to use. I don't know. I can't really see myself hopping back on that game. It's just, it lacks innovation, in my opinion. And I don't know. It just isn't a fun, game. That's just me, though. I know a lot of people do still really like it, which is a shame. I wish I did. Right? Like, my channel's based off of Call of Duty, and I don't even like the latest COD. Like, there's a problem with that. We're just wrecking right now, dudes. Not even fair. We just keep going in. IW is dead. I don't know if IW is dead, man, but, like, it's certainly not at a place where it used to be. That is for sure. I mean, I don't even know if it was ever really in a good place, to be honest with you. But, I don't know. It definitely... I don't know. I feel like Infinity Ward... I feel like, all the Call of Duty developers can learn something from, Treyarch. I think Treyarch does a really good job with their Call of Duties. They keep them fresh. Just a simple act of DLC weapons, man, you know? That's all it really comes down to. Just DLC weapons. That's all you need. Just keep the game fresh. DLC doesn't do it. Hennis, you know your highest donator is from Norway. Yes, I do know that, man. I do know that. Yo, Carnage Penis, you suck. Listen, Crusher, I'm partied up with you. I got IW Modern Warfare Remastered, but I only played Modern Warfare Remastered. Yeah, it's just... When it comes to Modern Warfare Remastered, though, I don't even like that game. That's the thing. Do you think more people play Black Ops than IW? It's possible. I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised if more people played the original Black Ops than Infinite Warfare. I mean, I know that's not true, but it wouldn't surprise me. If that makes any sense. Yeah, like Vine Harambe, any Minecraft, any MC Hammer's career. Can you play gun game? I'm just playing Nukejacked right now, man. So we just hop into this playlist. It gives us core or hardcore, Nuketown or hijacked, any game mode. So it could be party game modes, it could be domination, it could be TDM, it could be kill confirmed, like what we're actually going to get now, which I really don't want to play. So, you know, it really all depends, man. Really all depends on what the game wants to give us. Now it's going to give us core kill confirmed, which I actually prefer a little bit more, but Jesus. Kill confirmed is just not a good game mode. I mean, I understand that it's like good for ranking up and it can like get you a lot of points and all that. I'm going to use a different weapon here to spice things up a little bit. But still, it is... The spawns are horrible. That's what I don't like about it. Spawns are really, really bad with kill confirmed. They make everything unfun. I need to check something here real quick, boys. Don't go anywhere. We have 32 likes in the stream right now, guys. Holy crap. I appreciate the love. Appreciate the love, guys. Thank you very much. Yo, what's going on, Young Gamer J? How you doing today, bro? Welcome to the stream, man. Alright, we got Fast Meg on this bad boy. I love how I go from the Silent Scar to the AN94. I'm like, yeah, spice things up a little bit, you know what I'm saying? VDF Logic, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream today, dude. This guy's trying to knife in core.
Kill confirmed.
I don't know. I feel like that actually may be a smarter idea than trying to knife in hardcore.
Counter UAV inbound.
Hannes, I need to confess something. All right, what's up, man? No notifications again. VDF Logic, did you not get notified, dude, of my stream? Or are you talking about me not responding to you? Some of these guys are lagging. You see these kids skipping across my screen? Oh, God. Please try to play some gun game. Me and my friends had a tourney in gun game in the good old days. Dude, gun game tourneys would be so much fun. So much fun. You listen to Jacob Sartorius? Listen, dude, I'm not even going to judge you for that because Jacob Sartorius is a great artist. He may not have the respect he deserves now, man. You just wait. Once he grows up a little bit, nice set of broad shoulders, you'll see. He will become the next Justin Bieber. Everybody's going to love him after hating him. It's going to happen, man. I'm calling it, all right? Watch what happens. Everybody will come to love Jacob Sartorius. How are you doing, zombie dude? I'm doing pretty great, man. I'm doing pretty great. It's Reaps. My CPU is an i5 and my GPU is an NVIDIA GTX 745. Do you think I can run BO3? I think so, man. That looks like a pretty beefy enough setup to be able to run BO3. I can't see why you wouldn't be able to. I mean, you'd probably have to have your settings on low. Then again, when I play the game, I have my settings on low too, so it's all Gucci. I wouldn't be too worried about it.
Another kill.
And it's Jacob Sartorius. Dude, Jacob Sartorius, I know exactly what you're talking about. I listen to all of his music. I actually don't. Probably should. I probably should, though, in all honesty. His music is pretty bad. I mean, if we're being honest, I've heard one of his songs. It's whatever that one was about, you know, him talking about having a relationship, and I don't know. He's like, what is he, like 13, something like that? So I don't even understand why he's talking about having a relationship at 13 years old. And how he's upset. Like, I saw a tweet from him. I'm not even gonna lie. I saw a tweet from him. He's 13 years old. He was like, is it bad that I haven't made love yet? I was like, okay.
Care package inbound.
I mean, he's a sellout when you think about it. He's no better than a cam girl. Essentially. Sweatshirt, that was it, man. That was it. Love your H1Z1 stream. Yo, thank you, zombie dude. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. I appreciate that, brother. Thank you. I'm glad you like them so much, man. I really like the H1Z1 streams too, in all honesty. Can you not run at me like that, dude? Thanks, appreciate it. I'm backing up. I really want to get streaks, and I'm choking right now.
Friendly UAV inbound.
What's going on, Wild Gaming? Henneris? What is Henneris, dude? Yo, Matt says, I've never felt more ignored by Hennis than this. You guys need to relax, all right? I love all of you, and I want to interact with all of you, but some of you guys just need, like, a chill pill. You know what I'm saying? I'm here to stream and have fun, and you guys, honestly, like, I get wanting to have all the positivity and all that, but, like, you guys, and I'm not, like, trying to pin this on you. I'm not trying to say that this is, like, you guys do this on purpose, but, like, you guys bring a whole lot of negativity to this stream when you just sit here and complain that I don't respond to all of your messages, when I literally don't respond to every single message that you send, that you type in the chat, you know? I love you guys. I want to interact with all of you, but it brings the whole channel down, dude, when you guys do that. So please stop. Thank you. Sincerely, everyone, including myself. Mostly me. Yo, what's going on, Naruto? How you doing today, man? Hennis is the GOAT. I don't know if I'm the GOAT, dude. To be honest with you, I've never really understood that reference either. Now the spawn's flipped. I thought you know. Like, no, like, I do want to interact with all of you guys. Like, I really do, but it's just, I can't. I feel like we have this conversation every single stream, and it's frustrating. Streamers can't literally interact with every single person. I'm not at the channel size to do that. I mean, I technically could, but I wouldn't really be able to pay too much attention to the game. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead and pick up a few of these tags here. Oh my god. No. Of course he came behind me, dude. I was literally just about to get an orbital VSAP. You should do an H1 with FaZe Carl. You'd become so big. Yo, that's the $1 million question, though, dudes. How do I get in touch with FaZe Carl to do an H1Z1 video? Right? How does that even happen? I don't even know how we can make that happen. I would need to, like... I don't know. I'd probably need to be a little bit bigger than I am now. Or I'd need to, like, donate a lot to his stream. I don't know. Who's in the background? That's my roommate. I'm at college. Dude, this thing is a laser. This weapon literally laser beams people, dude. I freaking love it.
Big win, job done.
Yo, I just stopped by. Get that VSAT? Yo, Naruto. I'm sorry, man. Naruto, I'm sorry I didn't get it, brother. I should have, man. I really should have. Crushed Puppies on the other game, dude. That's probably why I didn't do so well, man. He probably killed me off my streaks. I guarantee he probably did. Because he's good. He's an insane player. I appreciate all the love in today's stream, though, guys. You guys have been awesome. Thank you very much. Hopefully you guys are dropping likes in the stream if you are enjoying it over there on the YouTube side of things. We have 37 likes as of right now, which is beastly. So thank you very much for the support. I've been streaming for 50 minutes, so that's awesome. Batter Harry, what's going on, man? Welcome to the stream. Are you streaming with an Elgato? I am not, man. I'm actually streaming using OBS with no capture card because I'm on the PC, so I don't need a capture card to stream this game. Jordan is epic. Good job, Pro Penis. Yo, thank you, dude. I appreciate it, man. You still have not said my name. Mats? I said your name, man. Did I say Mads again? I meant to say Mats. I'm sorry, dude. That's right, because you told me that. You told me that. I'm sorry, dude. That's right. It's just, and we had that conversation too, talking about how like your last name ends in a D. It's just, that's interesting. Mats. It's in the back of my mind though. Like I know it. I definitely know it. If I say Mads, it's just like, I don't know. It's just a reactionary thing, I guess. I'm sorry though, bro. I'm sorry, Mats. You know I love you, dude. You know I love you, and I appreciate your love. Do I have a YouTube channel, Batter Harry? I do, man. Yeah, go check it out. Type !YT in the chat. It should give you my YouTube username. You can head over to my YouTube channel. It's youtube.com/ProHennis. It's the exact same URL, except for YouTube, obviously, as it is for Twitch. Hennis, do you call your genitals pro penis? I don't. I just call it my penis. So I'm glad you asked that question, though, because I'm sure you're not the only one who's ever wondered that. I've not used an SMG in this game in a very long time. What's going on, David Hernandez? How you doing today, brother? Welcome to the stream. I need to back up. Oh, spawns flip anyways. No! Oh, I died from fall damage. Oh, that is not how I pictured myself going out for the first death of the game, dudes. What are you doing?
Hostiles have destroyed your counter UAV. Hostiles have destroyed your
All right.
UAV.
Not in the greatest position right now of all time. Sorry, we can come back though. We can make something of this game. Jesus. These kids are relentless, dude. That guy was so one-shot, it wasn't even funny. I mean, it was kind of funny. I'm backing up here, dude. I need to. That guy's gonna be so triggered that I'm shooting him through there. Yo, we have 35 viewers. I appreciate all the love right now, guys. You guys are all insane. Thank you very much for all the support. You guys are dope. What the hell? Spawns gonna flip.
Counter UAV inbound. Down. Friendly UAV inbound.
Okay.
Almost complete. Bro, quick now.
Oh, we got a VSAP, boys. That's what I'm freaking talking about.
Friendly orbital VSAT.
Oh, thank God he didn't get me. Stop killing my teammates.
27 Dragonfire deployed.
No, no, he just wrecked me, bro. Are you joking me? Oh, no. Yo, Batter Harry, I appreciate that follow today, man. Welcome to the Pro Hennis Twitch army. I appreciate the support, man. Thank you very much. Welcome to the team, dude. The guy up there? It's not.
Friendly counter UAV inbound.
Yo, they just... Did you guys see him just chase the Dragonfire right out of the map, dude? Damn. He just ran that thing out of here. Hennis, can I 1v1 you CSGO? I'm a silver. Dude,
Operation complete.
I'm just getting used to CSGO right now. Once I get better at it, like once I'm out of silver, I'll probably stream it for you guys. Because if I stream it when I'm a silver, you guys aren't going to let me hear the end of it. So I'm going to wait until I'm like Gold Nova 2, maybe. And then probably stream it for you guys. As far as 1v1s go, I don't know. I'm not really a huge fan of that. I'm about to sub to your YouTube channel. I have a YouTube channel too. I'm close to 4,000 subs. Batter Harry, dude. Damn. That's insane. That is insane. 4,000 subs is not an easy milestone to hit, dude. Like, that's good shit. Good shit, bro. I really don't want to play either one of those game modes, so we're just going to leave. Hennis, do I like Daft Punk? I don't really listen to a whole lot of Daft Punk, dude, to be 100% honest with you. Right now, what I'm listening to a lot is Whit Lowry, the rapper. I don't know if you guys know who he is. He's kind of hot. He's from Connecticut, which is pretty cool. He's not hot. I'm not gay. But he's a good rapper. He raps about like more real emotional stuff, I think, than what a lot of rappers rap about, which I really like. So he's a pretty cool guy though. Are you on PS3? I am not. Lick my crack. I'm sorry, dude. Yo, is Mario in here? I could have sworn I heard. Did I see It's Mario's username? Or I saw Zombie Dude type Mario, so maybe I thought It's Mario was in here. I don't know. I go over to Twitch and follow, then I come back. All right, Zombie Dude, sounds good, man. I caught how you spelled "come" there too. That's cool though. How many people are playing this game? It's a good question, dude. We're gonna stay in this game because we're getting hardcore hardpoint. Actually, I can check right now without even leaving the game. I can tell you guys right now. What's going on, Maze Clan Official? How you doing today? Welcome to the stream. Do you need a PC to record with a capture card? Yes. What else is going to read your capture card? Yeah, there's 2,172 people playing this game right now. Yo, Maze Clan Official, I appreciate that follow. Welcome to the Pro Hennis Army. Thank you for your support today. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. A lot of rappers rap about booty, money, drugs, and more booty. Yeah, dude. Isn't that all that people care about? Oh, wait. X Nova, thank you very much for that follow as well, man. I appreciate it. Welcome to the Pro Hennis Twitch Army. I appreciate your love today, dude. Thank you very much. Sounds good. You'll get so much support for that. Hell yeah, dude. I'm gonna stop sucking booty and pull this thing out. Here we go. We're probably still gonna suck booty with it, but hopefully we'll suck a little less booty. Is that a guy? Pharaoh enough to get it, lol, or I should kill myself. Pharaoh? What are you talking about? What are you talking about, you waste? I kept seeing you type Pharaoh in the chat. I didn't really know what you're talking about, because the Pharaoh's a weapon in Black Ops 3, but I'm in Black Ops 2. Do I use a controller on PC? I don't, my dude. No, I play with keyboard and mouse. Keyboard and mouse player. Hennis, do you eat ass? Oh my god. Yes. That actually scared me. Josh Adam, you know why?
Loving the older CODs, broski.
Yo, broski. Josh Adam coming in with a solid $5 donation. Appreciate the love today, dude. Thank you very much. Saying loving the older Call of Duties. I appreciate it, man. I'm glad you're loving the older CODs. Honestly, older CODs keep things fresh, spice things up a little bit. Just keeps the stream light and fun, in all honesty. I'm so sick and tired of playing Infinite Warfare and Black Ops 3. I mean, Black Ops 3, don't get me wrong, is a great COD, and I'm probably going to stream that tomorrow. But I can't play it all the time, you know what I'm saying? Like, I need to go back to some of these older CODs. And a lot of YouTubers are, and you get, like, a lot of their viewers seem to enjoy it as well. So, that's why I'm doing it. Do I use a controller for PC? I don't, man. I just play keyboard and mouse. If you stream earlier, I can donate before 9 p.m. here, and I can. Awesome, dude. That's great. I'm glad I'm streaming at a time that you can watch. Yo, Sam Gaming, what's up, man? Arnis Norcus? Are you gay? I'm not. Fair question, though. Very fair question. I'm going to buy an Elgato HD to stream from PS3 and Xbox One to play older CODs and stream them. That's awesome, dude. Dude, playing older CODs, like, people love watching the older CODs right now. And I think it's just a combination of the fact that people really hate Infinite Warfare, which is the latest COD. People really hate it, so. I don't know, man. Good for you. Getting into streaming's fun, though. It's a lot of fun. Like, people are always talking about how, like, you know, oh, it's all this work and this and that and whatever. And it's like, you know, just get in there, have fun. Just have fun with it. And, like, if it takes off or you really enjoy it, then keep going with it, you know what I'm saying? Like, but if you don't enjoy it, then don't keep doing it, you know? What's up, chat? Yo, what's going on, Ty Bear? How you doing today, brother? Welcome to the stream. Wasted money? He could have bought 2.5 pizza rolls with that? Hey, listen, man. I don't get what it is with you and pizza rolls. I mean, I think it's pretty evident at this point that you do have a problem. David Hernandez, have a good one, bro. Yo, you too, man. See you later, dude. Spawns in this game are getting more. Okay, can I move? Hello? Just making sure. Hannes, when I look up Anna Kendrick, it says she's dating someone named Edgar. That's what we tell the press, alright? We like to keep our relationship on the down low. It's, for all of you guys, I only tell my stream this sort of sensitive personal information. Only you guys know that I'm the real person who's dating Anna Kendrick, alright? This Edgar guy is just all a cover-up. What's going on? It's Cods Plays. How you doing today, man? Welcome to the stream today, dude. Welcome. Don't know where that shot went. I need assistance with my pizza roll addiction. Yo, dude, we've got a nice little intervention center right here at my university, I'm sure. I'm getting these weird little lag spikes when I play this game right now. And on top of that, these guys are good, and they're wrecking me, and the spawns are weird, so... Hennis, did you get my Instagram message? I probably did, man. Unless you sent it to me, like, in the last... hour or so, then I probably didn't. I don't know. Whenever I started streaming. Anytime after that, I probably didn't see it.
He's done.
Can I hop out of here? Okay. Hello? That was close. Wow. Are there controllers for PC? Yes, there are, man. Yeah, you can use an Xbox controller on the PC. I have one, actually, for, like, you know, racing games and all that jazz. The games that are, like, way better with controller, but for first-person shooters, keyboard mouse is way better. Oh, last stream about my hand? Yeah, dude, I responded to it. Dude, you legit said that you had, like, a stick stuck through your hand. When you sent me that picture, I'm not gonna lie, I was full-on ready to see, like, a stick in your hand. Like, in one side and out the other. I was ready to hurl everywhere, all over my phone. And I was really relieved to see that it was just a little, like, a little bump. I don't even know, did it break skin? It must have broken skin, or else you wouldn't have said hole, I think. Unless you lied to me. Do I ever play console? Okay, Trey? Yes, I do, man. I do play console. When I'm on these older CODs, though, because I don't have an old gen, or last gen console, all I can do is play on PC. Which is what I'm used to anyways, because I play keyboard mouse. So, when I'm playing these older CODs, I play on PC. When I'm playing the newer CODs, I play on the PS4. Yo, iRock Monkey, I appreciate the support, man. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the Pro Hennis Army, my dude. Thank you for your support. Appreciate it. That guy was low-key laying there. What's going on, Jack Jameson? What's going on, Surges? How you doing today? Wild Gaming says over $9,000. Is that how much money you're going to spend on pizza rolls, dude? How can you play with Xbox One controller? Because I have an Xbox One, but I'm a noob with keyboard and mouse. It's pretty easy to configure, dude. I'm pretty sure since they're all made by Microsoft, you know, it's all, like, compatible and all that. So all you gotta do is, like, just like, hook it up. I think you need to have... Because I'm pretty sure the controllers support Bluetooth, right? So if they support Bluetooth, then you can just use that. That's what I would recommend. And so your computer's got to have Bluetooth, and if it doesn't, you can get like a little Bluetooth adapter or something. I think that's what you have to do. Or what I would recommend too, is if you really are kind of serious about it, I would just get like a wired controller. That's what I recommend. That may be a little bit easier. Maybe a little bit easier. League play? Okay, Trey, dude, I do not play League play, man. That guy literally jumped over my bullets so beautifully.
Don't stand in front of the doorway, you tards.
Yo, what up, pussy?
By the way, thanks, bro. Hey, no worries, man. No worries, dude. Does anybody have gold trails?
Oh,
I like
got
ass.
my
I don't have gold trails, dude. I don't even know what that is. Is that a game? Hennis, can I link the song? Yeah, you can go ahead and link the song, man. I'm not sure if it'll automatically ban you. If it does, a mod will help you out, hopefully, if there's a mod in here. Could have sworn I just, like, swiped right across those guys with my crosshair. That's cool.
Now, guess what I gotta...
Let's say orbital VSAT. That's a orbital VSAT. Yo, Black, I appreciate the follow today, man. Welcome to the Pro Hennis Army. Let me get your name. Black Corrido. I appreciate that follow today, man. Welcome to the Pro Hennis Army, dude. Thank you for your support today, man. I appreciate that a lot, dude. Thank you very much. Damn, dude. We're making a little bit of a comeback here. How long did it, how long do though hit 10,000 subscribers on your YouTube channel? It took me like 2 years, dude, I think. 2 years or so. Oh god. Here we go. These guys have really good reaction time. And then I kill my teammate. Say SAO best anime ever. I don't watch animes, man. Like, I know a lot of people that are into animes, but to be honest with you, I've just never really been into animes. Like, I get why people watch them. I don't know. I probably should give them a shot, because to be honest with you, I have not seen a single anime. But I don't want to be that weird guy that starts watching animes and then gets obsessed with them and buys like those giant life-size plush toys. I don't know. I like ass. I appreciate the support, man. Thank you very much for the follow today, brother. I appreciate it, man. Welcome to the ProHennis Army. Thank you very much for your support. Oh, and now, no, we got X-Krillix. X-Krillix. I appreciate that support as well, man. Thank you very much, dude. Do I ever watch iMarksman? I do, bro. Hell yeah. iMarksman's a beast. Isaac Flirthy, hey, yo, Wagam, Fiffin, ye come to the igloo on Club Penguin, RIP, Club Penguin, good game, best game. Yo. Good game, best game, dude. Club Penguin is the greatest game of all time. I needed one bullet in that guy's head and I couldn't do it. But Isaac Flirthy, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream today, dude. I'm upset they're shutting that game down, dude. That was like the first OG game that I ever played. I remember the first time I ever started playing, like, PC games, and and I'm using PC game very loosely here because Club Penguin obviously isn't really a PC game, but I'm just saying that it's sort of like considered a PC game in my eyes because it was like the first game that I played on a console, or like a PC, you know what I'm saying? Is that where you got ProHennis Army from? Nah.
If I could hear you, that'd be fucking perfect, but I can't, so.
I'm just gonna mute everybody. I don't like people. What's going on, ADG? How you doing today, man? Welcome to the stream. But no, man, when I was just thinking of, like, names to call my subscribers, I don't know, ProHennis Army, it's so generic. That's the only thing that I hate about it, right? Everyone calls their subscribers their army. I don't know, I think it's kind of lame. So it kind of makes me mad in that regard, but at the same time, I don't know. It makes me mad that I call my subscribers that. Yo, what's going on, Trap? How you doing today, man? Welcome to the stream, dude. Welcome. Hennis Crusher Fanta? I don't know, man. I'm not a huge soda drinker as it is, so to be honest with you, I probably wouldn't even be able to tell the difference between either one of those drinks, but I'd have to say Fanta, I guess. Is that the right answer? I hope so. Do you guys have any suggestions for what I can call my subscribers? I know one dude who calls his subscribers poopies. Yeah, I'm not going to call my subscribers. Well, here's the thing, like, because my name is ProHennis, I could call you guys my penises, right? But that's weird. That's inappropriate. We can't do that. It's too weird. And we can't do that. That's wrong. I'm not gonna say, like, you know, welcome to the penis army, you know, you're now a penis. I can't say that. On my Xbox, I got banned because I trick-shotted the kid and he reported me. Lol, I can't play on it. That honestly we're playing One in the Chamber? Damn, I love this game mode.
Time to clock in. Mission is a go.
Oh, Tom, you see this? I want Tom to make sure he's watching this. I want Tom to make sure that he's watching this stream right now. Somebody clip this. Tom, look at how many lives I have left. Look at how many lives I have left. All right? You told me, and you and Bear both told me, that you could only have a maximum of 3 lives in this game. Nope. Damn it. And look at this. Now I have 3 lives, and I've died twice. Ooh. Here we go, boys. Where is this guy, man? Let's keep going, boys. Here we go. Here we go. Should just stay on this side and kill this guy. Here we go. We're getting this, boys. Oh, baby. Come on. Let's get this last guy. We both have 2 deaths. This could be intense. Oh, God. Nope. Oh, let's freaking go, baby. Let's freaking go. Here we go. We're winning this game right here. We're winning it. Where's this guy going? Oh no, it's Boston Q that's left. No way! Alright, it's Boston Q. I didn't realize it was against Boston Q, bro. Oh, get juked, bro. Let's freaking go. I didn't realize this was against Boston Q. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Oh, baby. Whoo. Dropping a nice little GG for that, dude. Is that your roommate in the back? Yes, it is, my dude. Yes, it is. I'm so freaking mad I was level 269 in Prestige 1 on zombies, and you got banned? Dude, that sucks. I would love to be called one of Hennis's penises. I don't really think you do, dude. I feel like that'd be getting old really quick. Say 1 in the chat if you agree. That I should call you guys my penises? Wait, Mats, what was your statement? Tell your roommate I said hi? Yo, Isaac Furthy says hi. Did you see my 3-piece? I did not see your 3-piece. Alright, let's go back to the Nuke Jack, boys. Let's get it. Get your roommate to play? He doesn't play Call of Duty on the PC. Sniper, what's going on, man? Welcome to the stream. Is Sniper... This has always been a question for me. I don't know why it has been. Sniper, are you a boy or a girl? I've always just assumed you were a girl. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know. The name Sniper just kind of... I don't know. It sounds like... I don't know. Especially the whole XX, OXX. I don't know. That just seems like more of a feminine thing. Could be wrong, though. Please don't be mad at me for prejudging here.
Attack reload.
Looking at chat and I get wrecked. You're a boy? Alright. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yo, Ali Sutali, or Sultani, I appreciate that subscription. Welcome to the Pro Hennis Army. I appreciate your support. Thank you very much. Welcome to the team. Thank you for subscribing. Did I just one-tap a guy through that wall? Nuke Jack isn't on Xbox 360? It is not, bro. I know, like, Raps Master. I wish it was, man. I wish it was. Josh Adam, you're a girl? No way, dude. I know so many girls named Josh. No lie. Actually, that is a lie. I don't know any people, any females named Josh. Alright, these guys are pissing me. Oh, these guys are trying way too hard, dude. Oh, I'm sorry. Did that make you mad? Yeah, that's right. Go ahead and call in your EMP, and I'm just going to go ahead and leave. Okay, that was dumb. Never doing that again. You get salty really quick in this game, dudes. Really quick. Alright, let's go with Nuke Jacked. Boston Q wants to do a 1v1. What do you guys think? Can you raid someone's stream? We'll probably raid someone's stream at the end of this, guys. Yeah, I'm down for that. Let's do a 1v1. I know a girl named Henry. Do you really? She live streams? I bet she's hot as hell. Just saying. Just saying. Alright, I'm gonna switch to this scene. Give me a second, boys. Alright, I'm just gonna go ahead and pause the music here for a second. We're going to be doing a 1v1. I'm going to join up on my Discord here so I can chat with Boston Q. Joey Games, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream. I can just assume genders, Hennis. It's 27. You can't just assume gender. I know I can't, dude. I know. I know I can't just assume genders. It's exhausting, dude. It's like sheerly exhausting. That's all I'm saying.
What?
Just my chat right now is exhausting.
Oh, someone's spamming it.
Wild Gaming, you're... Stop. Wild Gaming, you're going to need to, You're gonna need to link me that female streamer. All right, Boston Q, what are we playing? Can I come to your Discord, bro? This is a private Discord, man. Sorry, dude.
Gun game.
Gun game? All right, let's freaking do it. So I'm
Are you sure it's private?
Oh yeah, good point. We're just gonna make it
That's
closed.
fair.
Yeah, no one can join. I sexually identify as pizza roll socks. You can't do that, dude. That doesn't work.
Why not?
Because Matrix, pizza roll socks is not a sexual identity.
How do you know?
I'm not having this conversation. I miss Black Ops 2 already. Cranks, dude. This game is so much fun. I'm telling you, dude. It's awesome. It's great. I love it. Fucking love it.
We're gonna get host, and this is boring. I'm gonna lose now. Let's
Dude,
go on BO3 and just 1v1 snipers again.
On PS4?
No!
Bro, we both have a Zim 4, dude.
Lock 'em and load 'em,
Shush.
ladies. It's go time.
Ooh, that was close. I sexually identify as a left foot. As my left foot? Damn, dude. Oh, God. Oh, no, not this whole bus game again, bro. Come on.
Can we do this again?
We just did that, bro. Are you freaking kidding me? Oh, my God. That was weird.
Before I just knifed you in midair.
Somebody donated $103. That's my top dono of all time, dude. Yeah. Oh, Jesus. Oh.
I knifed you!
No, I swear to God, if you knife me, bro, I swear to God. Ah, I missed that last shot. You identify as a refrigerator. Wild Gaming. You can't keep changing your sexual identity, man. This is where I begin to get triggered, where people are like, oh, today I'm like, I don't know, today I'm just feeling like a refrigerator.
I'm a flower!
And then tomorrow I'm gonna feel like a pizza. It's like, that doesn't work, dude. You sexually identify as one thing, and I can't shoot with this damn KSG. Alright, I need to concentrate. It's like sniping, Hennis. Just relax. You're bad at it. There we go. A nice little,
I mean, it pretty much is sniping. with
nice
that gun.
little snap-on flick right there. Let's just wait for this kid to push us. Oh God.
Wanna do the bus?
Oh damn, Boston, you coming in with a nice little two-tap right there. When I say two-tap, I mean I've been playing too much
Two-tap.
H1. Yeah.
Tap.
Can you get away from me, please? You're scaring me. Oh, that was a good play. Good play. Don't try to spawn trap me. I know exactly what you're doing. Get out of there.
Oh no!
What were you doing, dude? You knew I had a shotgun, right?
Also knew you.
What's going on,
had it.
Snake Man? How you doing today, brother?
You're going
Oh.
top road farm it.
Jesus, I didn't even hit a single shot in there. Call your subscribers Hennis's boys. See, that's weird, though. And see, that's not gender inclusive. It's not gender inclusive.
Gumby is getting kills across the map
can't
with the
have that.
scorpion. Oh.
Stop. Don't start codcasting this game. Billiard. I swear to God. You have the scorpion. Or no, you have the chicken. Shh. Okay, I'm not losing this game. What's going on, Camo? How you doing today, man? Camo Gaming.
Wait,
Please,
okay,
okay.
wait, don't come up, don't come up, stop, go back to your spawn. Tell me if you see me.
Oh, yeah, through the thing.
Yeah. Does it still work?
Hold on. Can you move a little bit towards the door?
Yeah, right here.
No, I don't see you. They blocked it. They blocked it with some sort of texture. Oh, wait, yo, chill! Nah, you're such a cheeky.
Who's in here?
Such a cheeky. Pizza rolls is not a gender, Wild Gaming. I swear to God, you're triggering me.
And you're gonna spawn blue.
Oh man, you think you're so good at this game, but
Sorry,
you
I'm
actually
gonna be
suck.
Phantom
Oh
real quick.
God, you're so bad.
Let me be Phantom real quick. Get it? Yeah, mate.
Yo, chill with that, Jesus. Jesus Christ, it's Jason Bourne. Okay. Yeah? Yeah!
Yo, if I got that.
Yo, if you did, that would have been dope, not gonna lie. Alright, here we go, boys. I almost mapped you with a chicken. How does that make you feel?
I mean a chicken?
Yeah, this is the chicken gun. Okay.
They took about my 2 taps.
That was disgusting. That was a one tap. They don't
No,
talk about...
that was a 2. No, I shot 2 bullets.
Thank God. Alright, here we go. Oh my goodness, you have an LMG.
Bring. Reloading! god, bro. You push me?
Oh my god, you're... hey. Don't do this to me. We're playing gun game, boys. Oh, why are you just standing there? I have connection interrupted.
Yeah, okay, we're good. Are you?
We're Gucci, yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
Nope. This gun cannot shoot.
Yo, phase up.
Stop it.
Ooh.
Dude, I don't understand how these shots aren't hitting you, dude. Matrix is providing all these oohs and ahs in the background. And it's... Stop it, come back. Don't. Dude, come on. Optic Nation, what's up? Oh my god. You're such a little wiener, you know that?
Or by a pro penis.
You're such a little wiener. Come on, dude. Dude, these shots are right on you, bro. What are you doing? Oh my god.
Top rope, bitch.
Yo. Oh. How did you?
That was well worth it.
Yo, what's good? What's up, FaZe Jev? How you doing, man? Dude, I don't understand where these bullets are going, dude. This is so, you're not even shooting at a rate that these weapons can shoot at, bro. Like,
But
we're totally going again after this. Can you not, bro? You just have launchers, man. This is too easy for you.
you not be in this house?
Oh my god.
Oh, you're lucky. Yo, chase me.
I
bro.
can't jump. Yo, Red Reserve, what's up? Welcome. We got Red Reserve and FaZe Jev currently watching me get destroyed right now.
Oh my god.
Was that a direct impact?
That literally just hit me, dude. It didn't even explode. It hit me, went over the fence.
3, 2, 1.
Good try. Here. Thank the freaking Lord,
That was
dude.
aim punch.
Gender equality.
Wow.
All right, here we go. We're making a comeback. God. Oh,
You're so lucky.
You are so bad.
You're lucky there's an aim punch in this game.
Yo. Wait,
Easy
that
peasy.
second one didn't. Yeah,
Easy
easy
peasy.
peasy. Time to slide like a penguin, dude.
3, 2. Please tell me you jumped over that.
I don't know if I did. I can't tell. You're on the last one, dude. It's pissing me off. Dude, I can't... What's going on, FaZe Adapt? Yo, we got all the FaZe guys in here. What's up? I'm sorry I'm, like, really doing bad for you guys right now. I really want to impress you guys so I can join FaZe, but, like...
Losing to a 12-year-old Llewellyn shot.
You're
now.
like 15. Stop it.
Oh, wow. Now you want to give up my real age.
Ooh. Oh my god.
There's a couple things that need to happen right now. We need to redo that 1v1, and you need to... God. It's Raher. Bro, get the out of here with that fake FaZe account. Dude, they're all real FaZe members, alright? Just relax. Did you
Wait,
just
are they-
post your YouTube in the chat in-game?
Yo, wait. Is it on Twitch or YouTube? The phase, quotation marks. Okay, don't answer me.
I'm not answering you right now.
Why? I thought we were doing this again.
We are.
Wait, okay, why'd you back out of it then?
Relax. Yo, what's going on, Mario? How you doing today? Welcome to the stream. Yo, is that Obey Mario? What's up, man? Yo, what's going on?
How are you today, Blue?
I'm gonna guess this is a YouTube stream.
Yeah, they just deleted their videos? Dude, that sucks. Why would they delete all their content?
Rest in peace.
Raven Snipers, what's up, man?
Where'd you spawn it? Hey, this is the same spawn I
Probably
had at
the-
the beginning.
Yeah, probably the same spawn that you spawn in every single time you do 1v1s party games on Nuketown.
Oh, really?
It's the same 2 spawns every single freaking time.
Wow, I haven't played this game in probably a year.
Until they're all dead.
Thank freaking Lord, dude. What's going on, Mario? How you doing today? I'm doing pretty good, brother. I'm doing pretty great, man.
Aw.
What?
Yeah, so. Oh, okay. I got connection interrupted, did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I couldn't hit you, or yeah.
Uh-huh.
Stop it. Underworld King, what's up, man? You know, dude, I was in a bit of a better mood like 20 minutes ago. You are such... You know what? You are such a pussy. You literally just sit back in the middle of the map and you just sit and wait. You're such a... Oh, my God. Yeah, that's right. Rush me. Watch what happens. Watch what happens. So what's up, Sig? Welcome to the stream today. Okay. That was a warm-up
You want me
round.
to just rush up now? Like, come on.
Stop. Don't even. Oh, my goodness. If you beat me again, I'm going to be so triggered. Dude, come on, man. I missed all those shots. These are easy shots. I'm choking right now. Choking hard. You push out at the weirdest times, dude. Like, he's using a lag switch, guys.
Ow!
How? It's
That
the
hurt.
It's the KSG.
That hurt. Okay, I see you backing up. You're playing like a pussy. Hmm?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Did you just crouch?
No.
Okay. I really don't understand. I really don't understand.
I want to watch this.
Get domed. You got domed.
That wasn't even on me.
You or that was yes it was, dude. That was 110% on
barely.
you. That was 110% on you, dude. Can I join you? Sorry, Sig, man. This is a little bit of a personal issue that I'm having right now. Yo, get out of there. Okay, fine. Oh, God, I did not. Why would you?
Why would I what?
My contact almost just fell out when I rubbed my eyes right there. Hannes, I'm sorry, but you suck. Wild Gaming, I need you to leave my chat right now before I... Stop reloading, nerd. Why are you pushing me?
Oh my.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, the game's private right now, boys, because I don't want you guys to join, because you guys would make fun of me. Of course you didn't spawn there. Of course you didn't spawn there.
You're getting cross map kills with the chicken.
He's getting cross-map kills with the Scorpion.
I don't like the M27. Ow! Phantom!
Yo, Pricey, what's up, man? Oh, Jesus. Dude, does anyone want to buy drugs via PayPal? Hit up, what's his name? Pricey right here. He's selling drugs through PayPal. Hit him up. What if I bribe you with pizza rolls? Wait, I didn't even see... I legitimately didn't even see you.
That's the way you surprised me.
I just missed my shots there. God, the SMR is so bad.
Especially in zombies.
Yeah. Oh, a little bit more to your right. Yeah, there you go. Yo, what's going on,
Actually-
Cuber Kid? How you doing
actually-
today, man?
But it'll be to my left. Are you happy this is a close game now?
Dude, yes, I am happy that's a close game now. How you doing, Cuber Kid? Welcome to the stream today, dude. Chat, I'm upset that there isn't a little bit more support backing my performance right now. Yeah. Okay.
Just got out.
Hey, man, I love your videos, and I would like a shout-out. My. Cuber Kid, I got you, man. Shout-out to you, brother. It was so obvious when you were going to push out. Hennis, I'm sorry, but you are actual top-quality garbage. Okay. That's the support I'm looking for. Thanks for the motivation, brother.
Oh no! I got you.
What was that hit detection?
I hate the SVU. Such a stupid gun.
No! Of course you didn't spawn there. Oh.
What?
Oh, whoa!
Yo, do it again. Do it again right now. Damn it.
I was really hoping. Oh! I thought I fired it at the last second there. I was kind of hoping that was going to do that. Oh, God. Okay. Brian Williams, you're not doing good because you focus on the chat and people like Wild Gaming. Brian Williams, what are you talking about, dude? Wait, what?
Worth it.
It's totally worth it. Oh, Jesus. Multiplied by herpes? I don't have herpes, dude. Oh! Stop it! Stop it! Oh, just a split-second reaction time there. Wait, where did you go, bro? What?
Aw.
Oh, man.
So
All right.
best of three,
I was going to
bud.
say, we're tied 2-1 right now. We're tied 1-1.
Oh,
Best of
2-1.
three.
I would have already won.
What are you talking about?
2-1.
Right, yeah. Well, I would have already won, is what you meant to say. You are literally cancer times bad, Hitler bad. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Cancer times Hitler.
I mean, Hitler was pretty bad. But...
Hitler was pretty bad. Cancer's pretty bad, too.
I don't know. I think Hitler did nothing wrong.
What? Okay. Actually, let's change up the order a little bit of the
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? How about we do close quarters?
Okay. Go
All
ahead.
right, let's do it.
Bud.
Can I join Starsig? This is a little bit of a personal beef right here. Whoever wins this is officially Gun Game God of PC.
On BO2, actually.
On BO2. Yes.
Just say,
That's
don't,
what
don't-
we're gonna be deciding right here, right
You
now.
can't include, like, H1Z1 if they eventually add it.
It's true. Let's be honest.
H1Z1 gun game would be lit.
It would actually be lit. I just want like a TDM lobby.
Man, if,
in
I don't
H1s.
know. I don't know
Like
if you know
small
this.
versions of the servers, yeah.
Hannes, I don't know if you know this, but I'm a god with the 5.7 on CS:GO.
Oh really?
Yeah, bud.
Good thing CS:GO and H1 and Call of Duty are like the exact same. game.
H1,
Contact.
H1, bud.
Okay.
Would you?
Okay. The gun game god of PC. Yep. What console killer? This is on PC, man. Dude, what? Like.
Oh.
that was not gonna lie. That was a 110% pre-fire. Ooh,
Oh
that
my
was,
god. How lit were you?
I was pretty lit. I was pretty red. Not gonna lie. Oh god. Woo-hoo-hoo. Here we go. Here we go. Who is this kid? This is Boston Q. Otherwise known as Billiard. YT. If Billiard wins this, we're gonna go raid his channel. Okay.
I'll start streaming.
Are you actually streaming right now?
No.
Oh, okay.
Want me to?
I don't know. I don't care. No, don't do it. How long am I gonna be streaming for? I don't know, dude. We'll keep playing until we get bored or whatever. Okay. I should have seen that one coming.
Uh-huh.
Let's do 3 gun games. What did you? Oh, you just had the Remington. Damn.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say.
Good old Remy, the KRM. Oh
Ooh,
shit, dude.
damn, son. I did not think you were already up there. Wow. Whoever wins becomes the god. True. What?
Yo,
I
what?
was gonna frickin' save. Nah, that second shot was no. That was my gunfight.
I'm not even kidding. This gun is a joke.
The S12, it's really it's really bad.
Do I have to like aim down sights with it? Like what?
It's so weird, dude. Like you run these gunfights, right? Close quarters with this weapon, and like the
You called
first
me a cheater, bro.
no, the first shot just never connects. Jesus. What's going on, Urban? How you doing today, man? Welcome to the stream, dude. Oh, you have the MSMC now, don't you? No, you have the Scorpion. Are you up top? You're up top, dude. Get out of there. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. Could you imagine? Wait. Wait.
Not gonna lie, I thought I killed you. So
What did you do, dude? When I said Scorpion, I totally meant the MP7, by the way.
I know you did.
Okay. Making sure that you knew that.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. What's going on? It's Rahar. How you doing today, man?
Compete.
What's up?
Stop it.
Oh, shit. I mean, shoot. You're all the way down here.
Stop it.
Ah, damn. I wasn't ready for you to jump out right there.
Yo, call me Scumpy here in a minute. Ready?
Stop it. Oh, damn. Oh, damn. You always going on Deadly Chiller Games. How you doing today, man? I wait until you guys play public instead of gun game. Yeah, we'll definitely play some public after this. Don't worry.
Oh my, the PDW. I haven't used it in so long.
The recoil is really weird on it, isn't it?
Yeah. Like, I remember it having no recoil at all.
Yeah.
Those were the days, let's be honest.
Why don't you like swearing? I don't know, Josh Adam. Like, I don't know. I've got like cousins, yeah, much younger cousins that watch my streams a lot, so just try to keep that to a minimum, you know.
Yo, flabberdoodle.
It's more so,
Say Swabberdoodle.
yeah. It's more so for the fact, so when I like go to family events and, you know, cuz my family kind of knows that I do streaming now, despite my efforts to keep that from them. So,
What is that? The
it's
war
the War Machine, yeah. So now that they know, if my cousins are like, I don't know, they said that Henry said a bad word, I'm just toast, dude. I'd die. Yo, DeVries. Welcome to the Pro Hennis Army, my dude. Welcome to the stream.
Shouldn't have blown that up, by the way.
Hennis, I gotta go now. All right, see you later, you waste. Wait. I was gonna say I'm such an easy target right there after that first shot. I can't do anything. Here we go, boys. This is where it's getting intense right now, dudes. We both have launchers.
if I got you,
Dude, that would have been
you know
insane
how
if we
that
both
would've been-
killed each other. Oh shoot. Nope. Nope. These are such easy shots. Thank you. Oh damn, we're both ranking up. We're both ranking up. Nope. Oh god. Nope. I hate you. No.
No.
No. What? Oh, that last one, dude.
That's like, I was behind the
The
wall.
gunfight of the year right here. Chat. Type 1 in the chat if you think I'm gonna win. Type 2 if you think Billiard's gonna win. Okay.
I'm killing.
You left the game. I hate you. Gunfight of the century. Maybe it's easier to call me Stan? I think so. DeVries.
Okay, I'm getting off by.
You're getting off?
Mhm.
Oh, I didn't know you were getting off.
Yeah, because you cheat.
I don't don't you dare call me a cheater.
I know, I saw him falling.
What? Matrix says he saw me walling. I can tell you guys there's no ESP on my screen, alright? I'll show you guys. Show you all right now. There's no ESP there. Just good old natural Call of Duty.
Oh, Hannah, did you get my text?
I did not get your text.
Okay, look at your text. My text from like the other day.
We're gonna hop into a game here, guys, just to prove to you that I don't have any ESPs on. Alright?
Why don't you text me anymore?
Oh, Hannah, look at my past 2 texts I sent you.
Brian Williams, what's up, dude? Hennis, would you rather have 2,000 pounds of pizza rolls or 2,000 pounds of pizza rolls? Probably 2,000 pounds of pizza rolls, dude. See this, guys? There's no ESP there.
Oh, that's who's here. Oh, Matrix, hi.
Yeah. Alright.
No, I knew someone came in.
Alright, here we go. Oh, you're in the
But how-
Discord?
Look at my
didn't
text
realize.
message. No one cares about gameplay.
Everyone cares about gameplay. That's why I'm live streaming.
Real quick,
Hold on,
I
I'll
want
check.
to
I'll
count.
check your message in just a second. All right, I promise
Whenever
you.
you die. Whenever you die.
Yes, as soon as I die, I will check your text message. Watch me drop a nuclear.
But honestly, you
Can I
definitely
join? Yeah, Sig. I'll play with you, man. I'll play with you, brother. I'm sorry, I've been kind of ignoring you.
You definitely cheat though.
Sniper down.
Definitely.
Yeah, definitely.
All right.
Headquarters captured.
Remember to look at my text. That's all I gotta say.
All right. I just wanted you to know I'm 3-0 right now. So.
I have proof of cheating. And I just
Really?
sent you. Yeah, I just sent you the proof on text messages.
Did you SMS text message me?
Yes, I did. You're gonna laugh. You're gonna laugh.
Counter UAV inbound. Headquarters active.
Pop-Tarts Orange Crush. Thanks, Jeff.
Hostiles have destroyed your UAV.
Oh, and I died. Okay.
Destroyed your counter UAV.
Are you a Patriots fan? I don't really pay attention to soccer, dude. Sorry. You just texted me and said sorry, wrong game.
Yeah, you're definitely a cheater.
What are you talking about?
Nothing, never mind. You don't get it.
I don't get it. Yo, Sig, join up on my session, bro.
Do you want me to text you what I mean?
Yes. What's going on, Mark Corbett? How you doing today, man? This is PC gameplay, dude. If anyone wants to join up on my session right now, actually, I'll see if you guys sent me any friend requests. If you guys want to send me a friend request on Steam, type ! Steam ID in the chat. It'll give you guys my Steam link, and then you can, and then you guys can shoot me a friend request, and I accept all friend requests. All right?
You got it.
Possibly. Yeah, all right, Six says he can't join my session, so I'm just gonna go ahead and quickly restart, and then we'll be back. Soccer? Yeah, it's soccer, dude. Technically soccer, right? When you think about it.
Okay, bye-bye.
American football. See you later, Billiard.
Did you see the text though?
Yes, I giggled.
Okay.
You gonna say let me pump lip?
I love you.
Bye.
What I was gonna do? I'm just gonna restart. All right, here we go. Yeah, we still want to appear online. Just go ahead and restart my game. All right, we gotta get the music going back up here as well. Nice vid, man. Yo, Gabriel, I appreciate that, brother. Thank you very much, dude. Thank you. Alright, make sure you guys go ahead and drop a like on the stream if you are enjoying it. Definitely means a lot to me when you guys do that. It helps the stream out a ton as well. Sam Gaming, Hannes, guess what? I'm getting a Samsung camera tomorrow. Yo, nice, dude. Samsung cameras are lit. I've heard a lot of good things about Samsung cameras, man. When's the next video dropping? Brian Williams? I do not even know, dude. To be 100% honest with you. I think I'm just gonna... I don't know. I actually do have a video dropping tonight, but it's a Twitch tutorial video, so I don't know if you really count those as being videos necessarily. But yeah, it's just like a Twitch tutorial video helping you guys out with streaming and all that jazz. So, Sig, we're totally not judging you based off of your KD right now. I hope you know that. 2.43, damn, this guy's good. Man, I wish I was a gamer, but I'm too old for this. Gabriel, you're never too old for gaming, man. Never too old for gaming. Gaming is something that anybody can do at any age. That's the beauty of it, man. You never go to old games to play, bro. Wild Gaming, what are you talking about, bro? Humiliated right off the bat. Lit. Such an easy target when you go prone, bro. And of course I get stuck. How much are Orgatos? I don't even know what an Orgato is, man. Do you mean an Elgato? I have no idea, Sand Gaming. I've never purchased an Elgato, man. Oh. Oh. What? What? Damn. Alright, we just need to start using the regular ballistic knives, man.
No.
Oh no, I missed that. Such an easy shot. Oh no. Nope, he's dead. We got him. We got him, boys. Oh, got a tomahawk you? Oh no. Wait. There we go.
Damn.
This gets intense, bros. This gets intense, man. We're going off. Oh god. Oh my god. Keep going. Oh, and of course, we got humiliated, bro. Are you joking me? We were doing so good. Come on, bro. There we go, dude. Come on. Come on, Hennis. Ooh, baby. Oh, baby.
Oh, wow.
No, we keep getting knifed, dude. Come on, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Wild Gaming said $100 US. Make me a mod so I can put this link in to show you something, bro. Dude, Trap, I know you want to be a mod, man, but dude, why did we get? I don't know, man. I'm just you're always in here asking for mod, bro. It's kind of getting annoying at this point. I'm sorry, but like it really is. One of my rules for my stream, I only have it set on my YouTube stream, but it's to like not ask for mods. So like I'd appreciate it if you just didn't ask for it as much. I know you want it, dude. You're on my list. Trust me. I know you want it.
Oh.
Wait, what? Oh, damn.
Wow. This
Oh, come on. This is really hectic, bro. That's insane. Oh my god, I can't even knife anybody. And I just get wrecked. You can unmod after. If you just want to send me a link, man, just like tweet it to me or something. I don't need to mod you just to, because if you post me a link in the chat, I'm not gonna be able to see it anyways. Cross map. Damn, we gotta build our way back up to the top here, boys. We started slacking off a little bit. Hey, stop that. What are you doing? Oh! You just humiliated me, dude. No, we gotta humiliate this guy at top. I don't know where he is. I wish there was, like, bigger names over everybody's heads. Come on. Oh, we just wrecked that guy so hard, dude. Damn. This game will get so intense, bro. It's insane. Yo, was that Omar? That's gotta be Omar, man. It's gotta be triggered.
Oh, damn. This
Oh,
game's
get
all
out of here.
knifing now.
Oh, what? Dude, how did I not hit that shot, man?
No.
No, man. Come on. There's literally a rapist doing YouTube. I think you'll be fine. Wait, wait. What are you talking about? Wait. This guy is the easiest target to hit, bro. I was gonna say, man, all you gotta do is wait for this kid to stand still. It's bound to happen. Let's reload this. Damn. GG, though. We came in third. Yo, the Stoster, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream today, dude. How you doing today, man? I really want to drop a nuclear in this game really badly, but I drop so many frames when I play it. I think I might need to turn down my graphics settings a little bit. We'll see. Although pretty much everything's on low, so I don't know. I don't know if we could turn down a resolution. Damn, GG. Yo, GG, Sig. GG, man. Sig was going... was Sig going off? I don't know. I didn't see him on the leaderboard there, so I don't know. Oh yeah, Sig was right there. The hell? Carnage Sig. If any of you guys want to join up on my session, feel free to do so, boys. Feel free to do so. No, I suck so bad. Lol. Sticks and Stones? Sticks and Stones is not an easy game mode, bro. In all honesty, it is not. I wouldn't beat yourself up too hard about not being good at Sticks and Stones, man. Yo, what's going on, CVC? How you doing today, brother? Welcome to the stream, man. Welcome. Newtown Hardcore Headquarters? Alright, I can live with it. Can you give me a shout out? And also, I do Call of Duty vids. Yo, that's lit, John Spice. Shout out to you, bro. I've given you so many shout outs, dude. You're starting to kind of piss me off, though, in all honesty. Like the people that literally just come into my streams and only ask for shout outs, like, I try to be nice and generous to you guys when I can, but when that's all the thing you do, like you just come in here and you just ask for shout outs and you don't even like interact outside of that, it gets annoying, dude. It really gets annoying.
That's a kill. Enemy combatant. Can't confirm. Confirm.
Hostile war machine deployed. Hostile orbital VSAT online. HQ online.
Damn, dude, I called in that counter UAV perfectly too. The Satan guy's gonna be trying hard, man. We might just leave this lobby. Sorry, it's alright, John Spice, man. It just gets irritating, bro. I'm just letting you know. You know? Alright. F Satan, dude. I'm getting out of here. Why are you playing on PC? PC's the only console that I have for these older CODs, man, so. Guy seriously changed the name to Carnage Sig. Getting out of that lobby, dude. I want to play Overwatch with you. I'm sorry, bro. I'm just not a huge fan of Overwatch, to be 100% honest. I absolutely hate Overwatch. It's not, well, no, I shouldn't say that I absolutely hate it. It's just, I don't understand it. Yo, Emil Vesala, I appreciate that subscription. Welcome to the Pro Hennis Army. I appreciate that support. Thank you very much. Welcome to the team. But it's like, Overwatch is just so much more different than any other Call of Duty I ever played. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's confusing to play, and the learning curve is a little bit weird too, so I've just never really been into it. That's just me though. What's my favorite Call of Duty? Probably Black Ops 3, man. In all 100% honesty, Black Ops 3 is probably my favorite Call of Duty at this point. Black Ops 2 is a close second though. I love Treyarch games. As soon as Treyarch comes out with their next Call of Duty in 2018, dude, that is going to be the year for me. I absolutely love Treyarch CODs, man. I think they do a fantastic job. I honestly wish they did every you know, Call of Duty for every single year, but obviously they can't.
Hardcore headquarters.
I'm rusty. It's alright, Sig, man. It's alright, dude. Keeps changing his name, dude. It's hard for me to keep track of who's who when I'm inviting these people. Also, Overwatch is all about team play. That's true. Yeah, Call of Duty, you can easily like just run around and be a solo player, right? But like, when it comes to Overwatch, you can't do that. You gotta be a team player. Dude, this is so annoying, man. I need to get into a lobby other than this. So let's just reinvite Sig and let's get this guy back in here. We're just gonna do some like regular core domination. We're not even gonna go into nuke check, bro, because this just it's horrible. We can't keep playing up against that Satan guy. I'm gonna drive myself insane. I'm not sure when I'll be playing Modern Warfare 3 again, man. In all honesty, when it comes to Modern Warfare 3, I really do enjoy that Call of Duty. But at the same time, it irritates me with how bad the connection is sometimes, and the fact that I only have it on PC, so I don't get great frames when I play it and stream it necessarily, which is frustrating. So I don't know. It all kind of depends, man. We'll see. It's definitely gonna be on my list of Call of Duties to bring you guys though, which is nice. Hopefully you guys will look forward to that. But yeah, I can't stand to play it like all the time. You know what I'm saying? We just got raid domination. Pay attention here, dudes. This is one of the greatest Call of Duty maps ever made. No exaggeration. The layout of this map is absolutely beautiful. It was a great competitive map as well, in my opinion. That was a great comp map. And and it just started. Oh, we've got a Twitch streamer on our team. And our ping isn't great, but we have people on the other team who aren't even prestiged. Oh, the beauty is about to be too much for me to handle.
Securing C.
Oh, shoot, I was right behind me, man. Hennes, do your homework. Listen, Wild Gaming, I don't have any homework right now, man.
All flags secured.
I'm
Maintain
off the hook when it comes to homework, bro.
Transitioning.
What?
What is homework?
True, good point.
losing Alpha.
Knew that guy was gonna be right there, man. We just need, once I get on an orbital VSAT, we should be set, you know? It's like, we just need to get over that awkward hump of getting a VSAT, and then we'll be good. Oh, damn, I didn't even see that guy in the Higlich. Gotta get them good grades, yo. I agree with you, man. I agree, but, like, I just don't have any homework to do right now, man. And it's Sunday, too, you know, so.
Securing Bravo.
Sunday is crunch day, dude.
Hostile UAV above. Bravo lockdown.
I knew they knew I was there, man. Of course I couldn't get him. Do I stream every day? John Spice, I try to, man, yeah. If I don't stream every single day for you guys, I try to put out a video. That's usually my rule of thumb. Usually what I'll try to do.
Be advised, hostile lightning strike.
This guy's gonna go for C? For real? Please don't try to cap C by yourself. Come on, man. I know you're lit. Nah, of course that guy pushes. What's going on, Eddie Webster? I would happily pay 60 euros for this game on Xbox One. I would too, man.
Friendly UAV
Absolutely.
inbound.
This game is such a great Call of Duty, in my opinion. Oh god, my aim. Oh god, my aim. Alright, reset. Dude, come on. How did I get that guy? But yeah, man, I would happily pay for this game on, like, an updated version of it on the PS4. Absolutely. Hands down. I would do that.
Transitioning.
Ooh, thank god.
Friendly UAV.
Pick up this A94 here to have as a backup. Oh god, they've got LMGs, man. They're gonna be going crazy. Yo, Sly Cooper, best aim, 10 out of 10. Yo, thanks, bro. Appreciate it. We definitely, oh Jesus, we definitely did choke right there. There's no doubt about that. My aim needs a little bit of freshen up, dude. There's no doubt about that. Did our UAV just run out? Oh god, I'm very uncomfortable right now. Oh Jesus. Anyone else sweating right now? Anyone else with a little sweat, maybe a little bit? How you doing, Wild Gaming? How you doing, man? How many of you guys would be able to willing to pay for this game, like at full price? Once again, like at full retail price, like when the game was first sold, for a fresh copy of this game on a next-gen console? How many of you guys would be willing to do that? I'm curious, because I would totally be willing to. 110%. This game is a solid game.
Securing B.
Shot him out. Threat down.
There's no doubt in my eyes that this is a solid Call of Duty.
All flags secured. Maintain current posture. Losing C.
Kill.
UAV on standby. Counter UAV on standby.
They gonna be spawning around here? Please tell me they're not. Alright, we need an orbital VSAT here badly. If it came with all the DLC, maybe? Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, maybe all the DLC, maybe you'd do it.
Friendly UAV inbound. Enemy took B. Check your timeline.
What? That guy just fall off the map? No way. That guy might have just fallen right off the map.
He's gone.
This is a bad idea. This is a bad call. Thank God no one pushed. Alright, we need to get on an orbital VSAT right here, boys. Let's get it. Yo, what's going on, Merc Gaming? How you doing today, man? Welcome to the stream. You would, Sly Cooper? I agree with you, man. It'd be such a great Call of Duty to play. Once again, like on a with fresh remastered. Like, I wouldn't even care if their graphics were remastered. You know what I'm saying? Like, that part wouldn't even matter to me, necessarily. Like, they could keep the same crappy graphics they had on 360 and PS3 and just bring it over to a new console just so I could play it on a new console. I would love that.
Capture the objective.
Nuke or what? We're gonna try, man. I'm considering buying an Xbox 360 to buy the season pass just for zombies in the studio. Dude, I don't blame you, man.
Orbital VSAT online.
A teammate got a VSAT. Okay, okay, okay.
Charlie secure. Friendly Hellstorm missile inbound.
Alright, bros. Alright. Here we go. This is it.
Be locked down. Orbital VSAT on standby.
We got an orbital VSAT on standby right here. Can we call it in yet? We can. Lit. Wonderful. Marvelous. Hell yeah. I'm gonna get sniped. I'm just gonna back off.
Hold your positions.
Who's gonna tell me they shot down our orbital? There's only 3 people left. This is great.
UAV awaiting orders.
Nope, 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 nope. That's not happening. Yo, teammate, you gotta watch out, bro. There's a guy coming in behind you. He almost could have collateraled us. If he had timed that shot better, he could have collateraled us right there. No lie. Oh, God, dude. Here we go.
UAV awaiting orders. Friendly orbital VSAT
Got a little bit of a streaker going right here, boys.
losing C.
No, 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 no. Oh, no.
Friendly UAV in.
Oh. Oh. Oh, no. That's alright.
UAV inbound.
We've definitely got a good lobby, though, with some good teammates. So we'll try to stick with these guys.
Hellstorm.
That is for sure. I'm a little bit disappointed that we choked that, but it is what it is. Dude, these C4 throwers. One dislike, they suck. Yo, these guys, I mean, these guys aren't the greatest, but I mean, they're doing alright. They're doing alright for themselves.
Lost Alpha.
You know, they're not like the worst players I've ever played against, that's for sure.
Friendly orbital VSAT online.
Lit, thank you. Dude, if I had more ammo right there, I could have reloaded. Gotta go, Hennis. I need to do homework. Alright, bro. See you later, man. Thanks for stopping by, though. Appreciate it. We're going 30 and 10, though. Like, think about it. If we hadn't died 10 times, or if we had died 10 times but gotten on this 30 gun streak only once, we could have gotten this right here. Eddie Webster. See you later, man. Thanks for stopping by, brother. Appreciate it, man.
Friendly UAV inbound.
Get down. He's still over here. Oh, he's running away. Oh, can he run away, though? Can he run away? Oh, poor guy. That's too bad. We've had constant UAVs up, dudes. I need to stick with these guys in this lobby, man. These guys know what they're doing. Get EMP'd. See if that affects the Headmaster. See if that can affect Heinous in his gameplay. Oh, God. How lucky did I just get? Did not realize that guy was in that corner. I'm back with my iPad. Yo, Mats. I appreciate you coming back, man. Appreciate it, dude. This is such a good lobby. You know, if I could make one improvement to this lobby, because it wouldn't even be the players. I wouldn't even ask for these players to be more newbie. What I would ask for would be a better connection. Because I've got roughly around 100 ping right now, and I can feel it messing with me. And like, we're all using silent scars too, man. It's crazy. This one poor guy went 0 and 9. Like, what was he doing for half the game? You know, he must have been just like running around. I don't know what he was doing. I honestly don't know.
Never a doubt. Good job.
I got VSAT for you. I appreciate that, Sig. Thank you, man. Thank you, dude. Oh, what is your Call of Duty name? Oh, this is interesting. Raven Sniper has just tweeted me something 46 minutes ago. I'm sorry I'm late checking this stuff, but oftentimes I'm just playing. Oh, you want Slums or Raid? I don't know. Either one of those would be awesome. I think we're going to choose Raid. So it's your Call of Duty name, and basically what it asks for is the first letter of your last name and then your birth month. So mine would be Legit Pro Gamer. Wow. Legit Pro Gamer. Is that not a sign? Pro Gamer. Born in July. How's that, boys? Do I ever play zombies? I play zombies every now and then, Eddie, but to be honest with you, man, I'm definitely more of a multiplayer guy. Those are my roots, man. That's where I started. Multiplayer is just always what I've fallen in love with, man. But zombies was my original roots, though. Like, and I know I just kind of sound like I counteracted myself right there, but like, if you go back far enough in my channel, like even to some older channels, what I really used to stream on a consistent basis wasn't even multiplayer. It was zombies. I remember doing Black Ops 2 zombies challenges. I would grind the hell out of those, man. I absolutely loved them. I loved him so much. Yo, what's going on, Zach Bosco? Welcome to the stream today, man. Can you play some zombies right now? Some Black Ops 2 zombies? You guys want to see some Black Ops 2 zombies? I'd be down for BO2 zombies if you guys were down.
Alpha locked down.
Yo, Hannes, what's going on, Mustard Maniac? How you doing today, man? After this game... Ooh, damn, Titanic. I gotta see this guy. Did you get a nuclear this stream? I haven't yet, Tom. We're trying for it, though. Yes, do zombies? Alright, sounds good. I'll do zombies right after this. If that's what the viewers want, man, we will do some zombarinos.
We've lost the advantage.
Oh. Yo, he just needed a headshot, dude. A little dink right there. That's all he needed. Damn, what's going on, Gaming Ninja? How you doing today, brother? Welcome to the stream. See you, Hannah's gotta go to sleep. Alright, see you later, snipers. Deadly Troller Games. Play Town? I don't know if I'm gonna play Town. What I'll probably play, if anything... Oh, these are tryhards. Oh, these are the guys that we were playing with last game. I'm probably not gonna stay in this lobby, in all honesty. We'll probably leave and go to something else. Try another domination game. And it'll be better, because we might actually try to play some solos after this, too. And if I'm playing solos and I don't have these two party members, nothing against these guys, but I'm just saying it'll be a little bit easier for me to find a lobby with a lower ping, so we'll see. You guys want to play Origins, Billiard? I don't want to play Origins, man. I'm just not well versed enough in that map. I don't know. I would need to be carried too hard. It wouldn't even be fun. What I really want to go for is the no jug challenge on Town. I don't know if you guys know what that is, but I try to get to the highest round that I can without using any jug. Ideally, the round I want to get to is round 25. Round 25 is the round I want to get to, without using any Juggernog. We can buy all other perks on the map Town, but we can't buy Juggernog. I've done it before. I've done it only once though, and it's a pretty difficult challenge, but it's really fun at the same time. It's really fun to stream. So I don't know if you guys would be interested in that. Buried? Wow, we could do Buried. That's true. Buried would be a pretty fun map. Are you on BO3, Zach Bosco? No, I'm not, man. Right now I'm playing BO2. In the future, so when I start playing zombies, it'll most likely be on BO2 as well. Another orbital VSAT. Let's keep going, babies. Holy crap. That's what I like to see. That's what I like to see, dudes. Just all those guys lined right up there for me. Zombies, let's go. We'll do zombies right after this game, boys. I got you.
UAV inbound. Securing B. All flags secured. Hold your positions. Losing Alpha. Hellstorm missile inbound.
Oh god. There's at least 2 people up there, man. Oh no, it's running out. We got another orbital VSAT though. Yo, are these guys starting to rage quit? Yo, they rage quitted. Okay, yes, the tryhards rage quitted, boys. Here we go. We could get something here. We could get something. We gotta concentrate though. What's going on, OG Boo Boo? How you doing, man? They're gonna go over here to A.
Securing Charlie. All flags secured. Hold your positions.
Alright, here we go. Yo, no, teammate, I need this kill, bro. I need this kill, man. There we go, nice. Yo, and I got a VSAT now as well. Let's get it, babies. Let's get it. Let's get it.
Losing Charlie.
That's confirmed.
Friendly orbital VSAT online.
You got another VSAT, bros? Come on, dudes. Let's keep feeding. Let's keep going. Let's keep going.
We lost Alpha.
Let's go, babies. Let's go, let's go. I'm saving my VSAT for the next round. I'm definitely saving my VSAT for the next round. Chicky, bro, can you play Town? Hell yeah, dudes. I'll be sure to play Town.
Secured. Maintain current posture. Counter UAV awaiting orders.
Gotta be careful peeking that, man. I don't feel comfortable peeking that right now.
Hellstorm missile inbound.
Just gotta come back up here towards the A flag.
Losing Alpha.
There's another one, wasn't there? Wasn't there another one? Couple guys back here. Okay. Not too sure where all these guys are, so we're just going to camp in a corner. We're just going to wait. We're going for a nuke here, boys. We're going for a nuke. We're 18-5. A lot of those deaths came at the very beginning of the streak, so we should be good. I don't know exactly what we're on right now. I know we're past the 10, though. I'm not really sure what we're on. Are you good at sniping, Eddie? No, man. I'm not very good at sniping at all, bro. I'm not a huge fan of sniping, to be honest with you. Nuclear hype? Yo, guys, don't choke anything yet, man. Jesus. What's wrong with you guys?
Secure the objective.
These guys are really bad, so we just gotta...
Friendly counter UAV inbound.
Alright, nice. They called in their counter UAV. I'm gonna call in my VSAT.
Friendly orbital VSAT online. Enemy took Alpha.
There's still guys spawning back. I think there's an AFK guy back here. Pretty sure, at least. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there is. Yo, let me get the AFK guy. Let me get the AFK guy. Let me get the AFK guy.
I'm out.
There we go. Nice job, teammate. Nice job.
Strike coordinates received.
No, no. Oh, Jesus, man.
Securing B. Orbital VSAT online.
Down.
Orbital VSAT awaiting orders.
Down.
Holy crap, dudes. I'm in their spawn right now.
Friendly orbital
I'm gonna call in a counter UAV. I don't want to cap A. We gotta keep going here, boys. What's going on, Apex? How you doing today, brother? Welcome to the stream, man. Oh, God. I'm...
losing Charlie.
Reloading.
Friendly care.
No, 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 no. No, no, no. Oh, my God. We're on a 20. Okay. This guy's running C4, though.
Inbound.
Sick.
Friendly stealth chopper inbound.
Sick. I love that that guy's running C4, man. That totally doesn't make me feel totally 110% more paranoid about this entire freaking gameplay.
UAV awaiting orders. Friendly UAV inbound.
No. Oh, my God. How lucky did I just get? How lucky did I just freaking get?
Counter UAV inbound. Friendly orbital VSAT online.
Thank you. Alright, I'm backing up. I'm going back over here towards C. No. Oh, did he see me? I feel like he might have. Nice.
UAV inbound.
Brutal. Brutal, brutal. Back up, back up, back up.
Securing Alpha. Losing Charlie.
What's this guy doing? What's this guy doing? Did we get him? Alright, I think we killed him. Alright, we still got time here, boys. We're on a brutal.
All flags secured. Hold your positions. Friendly counter
We need another orbital VSAT. We need another VSAT. We need another VSAT.
Kill confirmed.
No, 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 no.
He's gone.
No, no. No! No!
Check and clear.
Oh, no, bro. You're joking me. We were so close, dude. Damn. Damn, dude. That really sucks. You were doing so good. Can I get an RIP in the chat, boys? Like, for real.
Alpha secure.
Like, god damn, dudes. OG Boo Boo, we didn't get a nuclear, man. What are you talking about? We choked, man.
Friendly UAV.
We were on a 26. RIP, dudes. I thought we might have gotten it, man.
Down. Threat down.
I thought we were gonna get it, bro. GG though to these guys. We're gonna get one next game though. If we stay in this lobby, like the way these guys provide VSATs for us and how bad these players are, like we're staying in this lobby. There's absolutely no doubt about it. We will drop a nuclear, and it won't be that difficult either. Like we will drop one, hands down. I'm ready for it. Oh, he got both those kills, man. Come on, bro.
All flags secured. Maintain current posture.
Thanks for the RIPs in the chat, boys. I appreciate the love. You're gonna go stream on your channel? Alright, see you later, John Spice. Thanks for stopping by, man. Damn, man. Like, we tried to keep composure there, you know what I'm saying? Like, we did the best we could, and then it just came down to the fact that these guys are just, they just killed me, man. That was such a weird scenario too, because I thought for a split second that that guy behind me with the shotgun was my teammate. You know? You can't stay? Zombie hive? Oh, that's right, Mats. You guys wanted me to do zombies. We just got a brutal though, man. Can I do one more game? We're in a god lobby. I'm sorry, guys. I'm gonna do one more game. All right, only one more pub game, and then I promise you, we'll go into zombies, regardless of what happens in this game. All right? Just give me this. Just let me have this, if anything, please. Chat. All right. I don't ask for a whole lot. These guys are so newbie, but at the same time, I don't want this kid in my lobby. It depends on whether or not this kid's gonna gonna be on our team. That we'll leave, or we'll stay. How many kills for a nuke? 30. 30 kills for a nuke. I'm just gonna see if this kid ends up staying in our lobby. I can do the Easter egg on IW Zombies on Raven the Redwoods. Dude. The IW Easter eggs, I've heard are actually pretty cool. I just don't really, yeah, we're leaving. You're out of there so fast. Never leave. No, why did I do that? I should have changed my search preferences, man. Come on, I'm gonna need to ask these guys back out again. F zombies, I'm sorry for my language, but you're staying till you get a nuclear. OG Boo Boo, we have a little bit of a controversy in the chat here. Some of you guys want me to play zombies. Some of you guys want me to do, say, in Black Ops 2. I don't know. It's definitely... I don't know, man. I'm backing out. I'm not staying in that game. We're not doing that. We just can't do that, man. I cannot play against that guy. We wouldn't do very good at all. So I just need to change my search preferences. We're gonna bring this down to like 60. No, not nuke check. Why did I do nuke check, dude? Why did I do nuke check? I wanted core domination. That's where you find all the noobs at right now, man. All the tryhards go to this nuke jack stuff, which is fun. But for F's sake, man. What's going on, Sentinel Wolf? How you doing today, brother? Play zombies on IW? That shit is mental. Dude, I played a little bit of zombies on AW, man. Not a huge fan of it. Especially since it's nothing like zombies. It's kind of like how, frickin' Infinity Ward tried to do their whole, like, chaos thing, or, like, survival thing with, like, with what was it? With, like, I don't know, there's, like, survival modes in Modern Warfare 3. You said zombies? I know, Mats. I know, man. I will do zombies, bro. I promise you. I promise you. We're just, and like I said, I'm only asking for one more game. One more domination game. Despite what happens in that one domination game that's left that we're going to play here, I will do zombies, all right? I promise you that. I promise you. F me, man. All right, let's just do it. I don't care. This guy's not doing, this guy's going 4-1. Never mind. He's doing well. Despite what happens in this game, man. Despite what happens in this game, we will leave right after this. I promise you, dude. I promise you.
Securing Alpha.
We should try to seriously get a B cap, dude. What are... Who's throwing those nades, man? For real. Oh, Jesus. LOL Super Bowl, who cares? Dude, that's what I'm saying. I'm not a huge fan of the Super Bowl, to be honest with you. I mean, I'll probably, like, watch. And, like... I'll probably watch a little bit of it. Simply for the social gathering. There's no other reason. Really, honestly, couldn't care much less about the game itself. You know what I'm saying? Please tell me all these guys just all of a sudden went AFK. This one Twitch TV guy, he's not going AFK. What's going on, Chingy? How you doing today, man? Welcome to the stream. He's gonna jump up there and he's gonna... Nice, good work, teammates. Good work. That guy must have put some shots into him. I literally only had to tap him. Hennes, what's good attachments on the VMP in Black Ops 3? Good question, man. I usually like to run grip, quick draw, and fast mag. That's usually what I really like to run on that class. Oh, yo, the Twitch streamer left. Okay, good. Here we go. My teammates have no chill, dude. Absolutely zero chill.
Securing Charlie.
Are we securing C? Is this a really good idea?
UAV awaiting orders. All flags secure.
Alright, I need that UAV.
Current posture.
I'm waiting for them to spawn back around here at C, dude. Yo, Justin Daughtry, what's going on, man? Play Town when you play Zombies? Yeah, man, I'll be sure to play Town. Town is definitely the map that I'm going to play, hands down.
Losing A.
No discrepancy there. Yes. Thank you for the VSAT.
Securing Alpha.
Don't cap A, what are you doing? Oh, shoot.
All flags secure.
Oh, damn. So this guy went underground.
Awaiting orders.
We got our own VSAT now as well. Lit.
Tip the scale. Losing C.
Oh, I need this guy's cat packs.
We lost Charlie.
Damn, that was too close for comfort, in my opinion. I mean, these guys are pretty bad, but still.
Securing C.
No! 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 Why'd I click that? 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 Oh, somebody else better freaking have one, dude. Somebody else better get a VSAT really early next round, man. Come on, dude. I remember playing this on PS3 when it, that was when I sucked. Dude, Black Ops 3, man. It's just such a solid Call of Duty, in my opinion. They do so many things wrong. They do so many things right. Not wrong. Yeah, people jump on each other for ball. They can go to the store and buy one. Lol. Yeah, exactly, right. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, they're all arguing over some ball. It's like, you know. Why did I call him that VSAT, dude? The worst part is, I'm not even close to a VSAT right now, am I? This is, I'm working towards a UAV right now, aren't I? Yeah, I'm working towards a UAV, dude. No. Why is my screen bugging out? Game Gear? I'm not sure, man. It shouldn't be bugging out. Oh, yes, someone else had a VSAT. Oh, God bless you, sir. Yeah, okay, so I have a UAV. So we'll use this in the extreme case.
UAV on standby. Securing Bravo. Counter UAV awaiting orders.
Nope, 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 nope.
Securing
15, 15. Here we go.
friendly counter UAV in.
Only 3 people left. We're on a 15.
VSAT online. All flags. Also position. Friendly stealth chopper inbound.
Okay.
Losing Charlie. Friendly UAV inbound.
Work teammates. Keep getting those kills, baby. Keep getting those kills. We should try to stay on like one side of the map and just try to control there.
UAV inbound.
Is it VSAT an advanced UAV? Yeah, essentially, man.
Inbound.
I really hope my screen isn't bugging out right now. I really hope it's not. Shoot, I don't know where to go right now. Oh no.
VSAT on standby. Losing C.
Calling my VSAT. No, don't kill him. Oh, dude.
Inbound. Orbital VSAT online.
Not up there anymore? Shoot, dude. You know what's the possibility right now? We might run the, like, this game's gonna run out of time. There's only 3 people left. There's not enough people left in this game to kill. We just need to stay near a flag because my team's triple capping. We're not playing this well at all to get a nuclear. I don't know what side to stay on, man. They all spawn on one side, then I go to that side, then they all flip, and it's like, I don't even know anymore. That's what this dude's doing. This dude's just waiting over here at A.
Pressing the fight. We're ahead.
I honestly don't know where to go, dude.
Friendly UAV inbound.
All I'm doing is literally just staring at my...
Care package inbound. Friendly hunter-killer drone deployed.
Come on, man, I need these kills so bad.
UAV on standby.
Here we go, here we go. Nah, we don't have enough time, bros. We don't have time.
Counter UAV on standby.
We just don't have time. Because my teammates went too hard, man. We don't have time and I can't hit my shots, bro. Damn, man. Hennis, I liked you. I appreciate that, man. Yo, what's going on, Sicko Vesky? Do I trick shot? I don't, man. I'm not really into the whole trick shotting game. Yo, Game Gear, I appreciate that follow, man. Welcome to the Pro Hennis Army. Thank you for your support today, man. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much, dude. Thank you very, very much. Hennis, my friend, hacked himself to Master Prestige, all the camos, and he got wrecked by Prestige 2 every time. Lol, dude, that's how it works, man. If you don't earn getting all the way up there, you're not going to deserve it when you get to the top, you know? That's what happens. One more game. I'm sorry, Gaming Ninja. I promised Mats, man. He's still in here. We promised him, man. We promised him zombies. So we're going to go over to some zombies. I do apologize. But this has been fun. We got another 20. You know, no big deal. Just, you know, choking left and right. It's what we do. It's what we do best on this stream is we just choke things. Just choke gameplays all the time. I'm just going to go ahead and appear offline here. And yeah, we're just gonna call that. All right, sound good, chat? Head over to my waiting screen here. All right, let's freaking do it. Let's go ahead and hop into some zombies and have some fun. All right, so we're going to Black Ops 2 Zombies. Let's get it. Let's get it. Yo, we just got a new subscriber. Yo, Apex Azex, I appreciate that subscription, man. Welcome to the Pro Hennis YouTube army. I appreciate the support, dude. Thank you very, very much. I wish I could play zombies, dude. Zombies is just solid in this game. It's pretty solid in Black Ops 3 as well. I'd say it's... Actually, I'd say it's more solid in Black Ops 3 than I would say in this game. I think they made a huge improvement with zombies, in my opinion. That's just me, though. That's just me. Alright, let's hop into this game here. I appreciate the support, though, Azex. Thank you very much, man. Alright, solo play. We're going to do town, survival. You guys ready for this? We're going to do the no jug challenge. Which, if you guys don't know what that is, we try to get to round 25 without using jug. We can obviously get quick revive and all that jazz, but we cannot use jug. It's the no jug challenge. What's going on, Psycho Vexqui? I appreciate you stopping by, man. Welcome to the Pro Hennis Army. Thank you for your support today, man. I appreciate it a lot. Everyone give a warm welcome to him in the chat, por favor. Would you guys say music on or off for the zombies part of the stream? What do you guys say? Music on or off? BO2 Zombies is better, though. BO2 Zombies is good, but, I mean, BO3 Zombies, man, especially with all the mod tools that are out now, those custom maps, they're pretty good, man. They're pretty good, too. They're pretty solid. Yo, we got Nuladad for hitting that follow button on the Twitch stream. Thank you very much for your support, dude. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you very much. Can I get a warm welcome for Nuladad? Deadly Trolls. Deadly Trolls says he wants the music off, so I'm going to respect his decision, man. Let me go ahead and turn the music off here real quick. I don't blame you, man. I'll be able to have full concentration on this game as well, so I can listen pretty easily. Alright. I played against the Prestige Master, and I wrecked him one day. Then another day I was in a lobby with him, and I wrecked him again, and he was so bad, his name was You Suck Daddy. LMAO, dude. Have a daddy clan tag? That's pretty OG. If your gamer tag was literally just daddy, that's a pretty OG clan tag. I forgot how the whole point whoring system works at the beginning of these rounds, so we're gonna try not to down ourselves by knifing zombies that are on fire. Although unfortunately, I think that's how a lot of these zombies are gonna work. I hear barriers being broken. I think there's some over here. What time is it in the United States of America? Bonjour. It is currently 6:38 p.m. Eastern time. That's the eastern part of the United States. In the western part, it'd be 3 hours behind. So the U.S. is split up into four different time zones. Ooh, that's why you shouldn't shoot them, boys. When they're in areas you can't reach them, because sometimes they drop things that you want. But I'm doing it for this guy because I don't care. There we go. And I'm slightly impatient too. Facecam 2 a bit. If you care, watch the stream after you're done. You'll see what I mean. Game Gear, what do you... the facecam's lagging a little bit? Like the facecam's being glitchy, or what do you mean, man? It's 12:39 in the morning in France, dude. That's early, bro. Don't walk into the water. Or into the lava. The water. It's like opposite, bro. It's opposite. Alright, I gotta go buy the freaking whatever it is, the M14 over here. I don't really know what you call it. We'll find out. The M14? No, it is the M14. You know what I'm talking about. It's been forever since I played this game. Pretty sure it's just on this round it's a one tap. It's definitely a one tap to the head, but I don't know if it's a one tap to their chest or not. Yeah. The good old BO2 days. Miss these days? Yo, Tricks. I am 110% with you, dude. I'm gonna wait for those guys to drop. Let's deal with you. Hi there. Welcome to my humble abode. Alright, let's just make sure these guys don't walk in fire. Bang, bang, baby. Let's get it. So if you guys don't know what we're doing, we're trying to do the no jug challenge. So we're trying to get to round 25 without using jug once. That's the goal today. I just realized we might be lagging a little bit because I have my graphics all the way up. That's really not what I intended. Wow, everything is like on high. Okay. We may get slightly better frames now. Let's see. It definitely feels a little bit smoother. That's good. Hopefully it's a little bit smoother for you guys as well. Yo, what's going on, G-Man? Welcome to the stream today, dude. How you doing today? So I tried this challenge over winter break, and I was unsuccessful. I think I got to around like 24 or something like that, and then I failed. I failed miserably. It was not a good day for me. I was pretty mad. Yo, see you later. See you later, Narsock. Yo, thanks for playing BO2 with me, man. I appreciate it, dude. Appreciate it, man. I'm pretty sure that was you. Nice, solid 2 taps, dude. This weapon is so solid, but like in the later rounds, it's not going to be helpful at all. You know what I'm saying? Yo, Boxer, what's up, man? Thank you for that subscription on YouTube, dude. I appreciate it, man. I feel like I might not be in the right mental state to do this challenge right now, but we're going to give it our best shot. We'll see how we do. We should probably go up and buy Quick Revive right now. Because that actually happened to me one of the first times I did this challenge over winter break. Like, I didn't buy Quick Revive until like round 6, and then I went down. I went down before I bought Quick Revive. And the next round, it was like the next game that I played, it was like the first thing I bought. I remember that. I need a weapon. I need to hit this. Yeah, we'll take that. Even though this weapon is absolutely horrible, we will use it. What we need right now is points. And this is not going to cut it for us. Hit detection, boys. Thought the blast radius on this thing was a little bit better than it is. Let's just go buy some more ammo for this. Your voice is lagging a bit? My voice is lagging a bit. Yeah, man, this all has something to do with the PC that I use, man. Such a shame, man. Such a shame. Your webcam is skipping frames? That's not good. That's really not good. Give me a second. Dude, you got the ray gun? I know I got the ray gun, man, but I'm just not a huge fan of it, dude, to be honest with you. Ray gun is just annoying to use, in my opinion. Alright, so I think I might have an idea of what's causing you guys so much lag when you're watching the stream. The only problem with that is, though, I may actually need to stop the stream and restart it. So I do apologize for that. I don't really have a better idea, though. So I'm going to just try to quickly stop the stream, restart it, and hopefully I'll have better frames for you guys, okay? That's really the best advice I can give to you. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. Literally just 3 seconds. Don't go anywhere. Alright, we're back, boys. I'm sorry. We're back, though. That was just a quick little break. Hopefully the stream is a slightly better quality now. Hopefully it's something that you guys can actually watch and not experience as much lag with. I'm pretty sure the issue is it's not something that's caused with my capture card. I'm pretty sure it's an issue with my computer, because right now I'm not even using my capture card. Let's play this right now. I'm using something else. Yo, the main Fab, I appreciate you stopped by, man. Welcome to the stream. I was going to say hello to you. You stopped in like right as I was having those the frame issues there, or the skipping issues with my webcam. Appreciate you stopping by though, bro. Appreciate it, homie. Oh damn. I want to pick this up after I reload. Ooh, that was clutch. Let's go ahead and hop right out of here. We need to train these guys a little bit. Once we get, what's it called, like Speed Cola or whatever it is, hopefully it'll be a little bit better. Not Speed, well yeah, Speed Cola and whatever else there is. That thing that makes you run faster. Stamina, that's what it's called. Stamina up. Nail these guys. Yo, chill, zombie. Chill, I did not want you to be that close to me. There we go, boys. Try to get as much points as possible. What's my highest round, Zoe? I'm not really sure, to be honest with you. It wasn't laggy at all, mate. Not even your camera. Really? Is it still freezing, Gaming Ninja? You have such a good trigger finger? I appreciate that. Thank you. Lots of practice. It's weird, because I'm getting, like, conflicting things from you guys. Some people are saying that my camera was laggy. Some people are saying that it wasn't laggy. I don't really know, man. I don't really know. Hopefully it's a little bit more solid for you guys now, though. Hopefully, at least, if anything, the stream's a little bit better quality, or it buffers a little bit faster. Or maybe there's, like, less lag in total. I don't really know. I'm not gonna lie. I'm actually gonna keep this ray gun. Jesus, man. Damn, I backed myself into a pretty bad position. Not going to lie. Made it out of that pretty easily, didn't we? Yours is 93 on Origins? Damn, dude. Are you gonna go for Black Sat Camo and IW? I don't think so, man, to be honest with you. I just don't have any fun playing that game. IW for me is just not an interesting Call of Duty. We're gonna need to hit a box here sometime soon. And we need to start buying these other perks. Are you playing with a controller, Boxer? I am not, man. No, I am playing with keyboard and mouse. I'm on the PC. Ooh, that collateral damage, though, baby. Let's get it. Yo, what's going on, Jay Mugga? How you doing today, man? Welcome to the stream, dude. Alright, let's go ahead and buy that. And then we're going to go ahead and buy this as well. Beautiful. Now, the last thing we're missing right now is double tap. That's probably why the M14 doesn't feel as solid as it usually does. Let me go ahead and buy some more ammo for it, though. Oh, Speed Cola is going to help out so much with this, man. And now that we got freaking Speed Cola and Stamina up, bros. Oh, yes. Get enough points to pack-a-punch some of these bad boys. The question is, do we think we want to pack-a-punch the M14, though? I don't know. I'm thinking we may just want to grab like a nice solid LMG and just use that. I don't know. This is not a very good idea, but we're doing it. As soon as this runs out, we're screwed. There we go. Totally worth it. Get jug? No, Jay Muga, we're actually going for the no jug challenge, man. So we're trying to get to around 25 without using any jug on town. That's our goal. So we're going to see if we can do it. Alright, here we go. You get a token for every minute? Yes, you get... So the way tokens work, as of right now, is you get a token for every minute that you watch the stream. I'm currently, right now, coming up with ideas as to what you guys can actually redeem those points for. I'm not sure exactly, you know, what I want to redeem, have you guys redeem all the points for yet. Because I know a lot of you guys have, like, a lot of points. And so a lot of you guys should be pretty heavily rewarded for that, in my opinion. But then again, that's all sort of up to you guys. If you guys have any cool ideas for what you want, you know, to be able to use the points for, be sure to hit me up. Let me know, because I'm totally always willing and open, you know, to those sorts of ideas. I've already got a couple of cool ideas that I can give to you guys, just with some features that I know that my bot supports and all that. But I don't know. We want Carpenter. I feel like we didn't really want Carpenter. My main issue with Carpenter is do the glitch upstairs. What's the glitch upstairs, man? I don't want to do any glitches to get this, man. I want this to be 110% legit. Hey man, did you get my Whisper, Mason John? I did get you, Whisper man. Yes. I remember checking it out. Wait, no. Were you the same guy I was talking to about the issues with my capture card? I don't know. Was that you? Or was I talking to I might have been talking to Myrtle Entertainment. I might have actually. I think that was his username. My biggest nightmare is a guy dropping from up above and killing me. That's my biggest nightmare right now. Or no, Mason, yeah, you had, you were asking questions about Stream Warrior, weren't you? Or something like that? I'm not really sure. Ooh, baby. Let's dodge right out of there. Yeah, that's right. It was somebody else. That's right.
Double points.
Oh, jeez. Nope, I'm gonna go down. That was so stupid, dude. That was so stupid. I need to get up and out of here. Get away from this guy. That should not have been my first down right there, boys. We should have not had our first down around 9. I kind of want one guy to be left, just so we can go ahead and rebuy some of these perks. I need to go buy Quick Revive first, though. Let's go buy that. Dude, Town is easy? Town is not easy, man. I think Town makes it harder than Nuketown, for sure. With the fire that's in the middle and all that. Like, all the lava cracks. I feel like Town makes it a little bit harder. Let's go ahead and rebuy this. We're gonna have enough points for all the perks again. That's beautiful. That is literally gorgeous. How often do you stream? I try to stream, like, pretty much every single day, man. My schedule for the last week really hasn't been too consistent. And that's pretty much all my fault. Nothing with, like, school or anything. I was just lazy. Town is easy for training. I don't know, man, but with no jug, I don't know. It's a little difficult. It's a little bit harder than I expect, but, you know, at the same time, for a pro zombies player, this would be easy. This would be easy peasy lemon squeezy. So let's see if we can make anything happen with this, boys. We're on round 10 right now. Let's see if we can keep it going. We're gonna need to hit up the box soon. My only problem is that we shouldn't have gone down right there. We would have had so many points to pack a punch or do whatever the hell we wanted to do, man. The ray gun helps out for so well in those situations where, like, I just need to push through, like, a herd of people. It's so helpful, man. I need to save it for those situations. Ooh, actually. Just spam it, boys. What does it matter? We got that max ammo, baby. Yo, I'll check that follow in just a second. I appreciate whoever just supported the stream. Yo, we got Jay. What is your name? Jay Mugga. Jay Mugga1. I appreciate that follow today, man. Welcome to the Pro Hennis Army. Thank you for your support today, man. I appreciate it a lot. A pro player does not even open Speed Cola on Town. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Pro players probably wouldn't do that just because of the training. Make it a little bit easier, but I don't know, man. I'm tempted to try to get that nuke, but at the same time, I really need points. You know what I'm saying, chat? So. Oh, God. Oh, man. I'm going to pick it up. Actually, no, I'm not. Pick it up once it starts, like, flashing really bad, I guess. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to get it. I waited too long. The only thing that's really nice about not having to get jug is that we don't have to worry about this whole staircase to our right here of zombies coming down that. That's what's really nice. And there's only 2 of these guys left. Oh, jeez. 2 or 3 of these guys? How many of them left? Only 1 or 2, maybe? I need to go hit the box. That's what we need to do. What's going on, Mott Drop, Mob of the Dead Pro? Or, yeah, Mob of the Dead Pro. What's going on, man? High round attempt? I don't really go for high round attempts, man, to be 100% honest with you. You need a little revive. Let's keep going, boys. My highest round ever, though, I'm not even sure what map it was on, dude, in all honesty. I'm pretty sure it was Buried, maybe, but Buried is a really easy map to get to high rounds to. Because you can just camp on that roof. What is this? The foul? Yeah, no, I don't want this. I have an itch on my nose. I have an itch on my nose, dude. I don't even really know what I'm waiting for. Just like a good LMG or something. Oh, shoot, we don't have enough points. Awesome, now we're stuck with the chicken. And the ray gun. Whatever. What's going on, RDA? How you doing today, man? In town, I could survive for a long time, even when I started around 20. I believe you, man. There's better zombies players out there than me. That's for sure. That's for sure, dude. The ray gun is OP? No, I'm not denying the ray gun isn't OP, man, but I'm just saying it's like... I don't know. I probably should keep it for this challenge, because you're right. I've never actually used it for this challenge, man. I really probably should have, because for this challenge, I feel like the ray gun would actually make it a little, like, a lot easier. Then again, the ray gun makes a lot of high rounds a lot easier. This gun is not going to last much longer, though. That's what the ray gun's good for. These situations right here, when I just need to burn through those guys and go back around. Chase Golden, can I ask a question? Absolutely, brother. Absolutely, man. Fire away. Ask as many questions as you want. That was close. Oh, I want that insta-kill very badly. Probably just use this, in all honesty. Pick that up. Poor J Muga, why are you saying poor, man? What's going on, Varix? How you doing today? What's going on, DG Blue? How you doing today, man? I should have waited for another zombie, man, so we could buy a weapon. Or try to open up the box to get a weapon. Just spraying, dudes, that's all we can do. And now it's out. Oh, sick, we're almost out of ammo for it, too. I'm just going to train these guys in. Wait till they're all in a nice little bundle. Wait until they're all in a nice little bundle of joy. Get out of here. What are you guys doing? You guys are blocking my train path. Knife with insta-kill? Not when these guys are on fire, man, and I don't have Jug. It slows me down too much, and it puts way too much damage on me. That's way too risky, bro. Jesus. Holy God, man. That was not cool. Alright, perfect. We're just gonna get... The sad part is we're probably gonna get like one more hit on the box, and it's gonna give us a teddy bear. That's what's gonna suck right now. But let's go ahead, let's see what we can do. Let's see if anything happens. We got some crawlers too, so this should be really easy. Yo, what? Whew. Whew. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you guys think we should... No, we're not going to pack punch the ray gun. We'll pack punch the ray gun when we're out of ammo with it. That's what we'll do. I'm trying to load up my BO2 and it says servers are down. What do I do? I have no idea, man. Right now I'm playing on the PC, so it's completely different servers for consoles, which I'm assuming is what you're playing on. I don't know, man. Ooh. There you are, daddy. Dude, double tap is so good, dude. I feel like the War Machine might actually not be that bad of a choice for this map, but at the same time, or for this challenge, I mean. At the same time, it could be really AIDS. Can we join you, RDA? Right now, man, I'm just going for a solo challenge. I'm trying to get to around 25 without using any Jug. It's a challenge that I've done before, but it's I want to try to do it again. Yep, that's what we're going to use. Even though this weapon does not have the best reload by any means, we're just going to use it. It really doesn't have great ammo in it either. Not great reload. I would much rather prefer the Hamar. Or you can't get the LSAT on this map, can you? Probably the Hamar then is what I prefer. Let's do it, baby. I'm so glad we have stamina though. For real, stamina is gonna make this 10 times better, especially with an LMG like this. The recoil on this, man, is so bad. I probably should just worry about training these guys. That's what I should do. I should just use the ray gun to train these guys really easily. And then just use the RPD to mow them all down and get some points. That's what I'm going to do. Keep coming, zombies. Last night, the Ghost, IW, and BO3 servers all went down at the same time. DDoS attack? Question mark? Maybe, dude. Way too close, my dudes. Way too close. Ah, I shouldn't have picked that up. That's right, though. That is A-okay. Alright, boys. My plan is to not go down again. We have a pretty solid, like, method of actually executing this, so we shouldn't actually need to go down anymore. We should be pretty much solid from this point forward in this gameplay. We should be able to get to round 25. We have 10 more rounds to go without using any jug. And it should be solid. It should be solid. I honestly don't know why the servers went down though, man. That's really weird. Shoot, dudes. That's like the worst time for a max ammo to spawn, man. Oh, God. And of course, we couldn't get it, and we get Carpenter instead. Lit. Ah, got him. I'm gonna go down. I'm gonna go... Dude, that's so stupid, man. It's when you get hit and you start going stupidly slow in this game. That's so frustrating. So we've only got one more quick revive left, I'm pretty sure. We're gonna be so sluggish now, too. Yeah, dude, the sprint is gonna be so annoying. Whew. Alright, here we go. Damn. I'm going so slow right now, it is actually painful. It is actually painful. I'm gonna need to pack punch this too. After round 25, you must use jug, and you cannot use it. And if you're down, it's the first thing you need to buy. After round 25, I must use jug. Alright, that's actually perfect. One more zombie. Saw, dude. Only BO3 and Xbox servers and Windows went down, so probably system overload in the servers or a coding error. That was weird, man. That was really weird, though. Let's go get stamina up, and then we're good. What's going on, Kevy boy? How you doing today, man? Welcome to the stream. Nah, man, I'm actually on the PC right now, dude. On the PC. Trying to go for that no jug challenge, though. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Alright. What do you guys think? Oh, no, we can't pack punch this. I was really hoping that was a max ammo. The off chance that that was a max ammo would have been amazing. Why didn't you kill the runner? I just wanted to go ahead and try to, well, because they both would have one of them would have turned into runners anyways. There's only 2 left, so it wouldn't have mattered. The last zombie always turns into a runner in Black Ops 2 and in Black Ops 3. You're a beast at BO3. Thanks, man. I appreciate that, dude. I appreciate that, dude. Yo, we just got a new sub. Yo, Trendables. Is that your username Trendable? I want to get this right. Trendables YouTube. I appreciate that subscription. Welcome to the Pro Hennis Army. I appreciate your support today. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Damn. Raygun. B. Melton. People. Do you remember me? Of course I remember you, man. Of course I remember you. You're a very active member in my chat now. Very active member. I am very hungry right now. I'm going to need to end the stream soon and go get some food, man. Yes, and I added you. Oh, awesome, man. I'll be sure to add you back, dude. More of spawning? Oh, cool. That's exactly what I want right now. More zombie spawning. Yeah. More of them spawning? Oh, for Christ's sakes, bro. Just pick this up. Alright, we're gonna need to pack punch this. We should probably just go do that right now. Unless there's a max ammo? Don't think so. What are the points for? To be honest with you, man, right now the points don't mean much other than the fact that they measure how much time you spent in my stream. So you're awarded 1 point for every minute that you're watching my Twitch stream. If you're watching my YouTube stream, then you won't be getting any points, unfortunately. I'm live streaming on both sites right now, YouTube and Twitch. So drop a follow on Twitch, drop a like on YouTube, drop a sub on YouTube, all that good jazz if you want to support. And I don't know exactly what the points are going to be able to be redeemed for as of right now. I have some ideas in the back of my mind, but nothing's been finalized yet. I haven't actually given you guys a system or a way to redeem those points, but because as of right now, I'm sort of like still brainstorming. I want to come up with a few more ideas before I finalize everything. So that's kind of my plan. If you guys have any ideas on what you'd want to be able to redeem your points for, tweet at me, leave a comment on one of my videos. No, tweet at me is probably the best, because I could probably miss it if it's in the comment section of one of my videos. I'd recommend tweeting it at me, man. That's what I'd recommend. I'm not going to be dealing with walkers right now, dude. What's up, team players? Welcome to the stream today, dude. How you doing, man? Oh, Jesus. That actually made my heart race, man. What the hell, bro? Of course, we get a max ammo right now. Hey, we got a new sub on YouTube. Yo, Team Plays, I appreciate that subscription, dude. Welcome to the Pro Hennis Army. I appreciate your support, man. Thank you very much for the love, dude. Thank you very much for the love, homie. Alright. Here we go. Getting to round 18 here. We're on our very last quick revive as of right now, because we're struggling here. But I'm really hoping we can get this. If we can get this challenge done, I'd be very, very happy. Very proud of myself. Alright, let's get it. Very, very proud of myself and get this challenge. Yo, what's going on, Rebby? How you doing today? I'm playing this on the PC right now. I'm a PC player. When I play these sort of like old Call of Duties, I usually play on the PC. When I play the new Call of Duties, all the Call of Duties that are available on next gen, I play it on the PS4. How do you get the top donation and the recent donation on your YouTube stream? I use a program called Streamlabs, and I live stream on both YouTube and Twitch. So there's only one donation link for my stream as a whole because I'm dual streaming right now since I'm live streaming on both platforms. So essentially what I do is the overlay shows the donations from my donation link, and I use Streamlabs. So technically, Streamlabs is attached to my Twitch account, but, you know, you can be watching on YouTube, donate, and it'll still pop up on the YouTube stream since it's all the same stream, if that makes sense. Hopefully it does. Do I play Overwatch Team Plays? I do not, man. I'm sorry, bro. I've just never really been a huge fan of Overwatch. I've played it a couple times. I've tried to get into it, and I'm not, like, completely abandoning it, but I'm being honest with you, man. It's a very weird FPS game to play, especially for someone like me who comes from, like, the roots of COD. It's rough, dude. It's very rough. But yes, to answer your question, I've played Overwatch. Do I play Overwatch, though? Would I consider myself an Overwatch player? No. Adding you on all social media sites now? I appreciate that, brother. Thank you, man. I appreciate that, dude. Yo, what's going on, Axe? How you doing today, man? Welcome to the stream. What's going on, Nick Moorhead? How you doing? What's going on, King Tom? How you guys all doing today? Welcome to the stream. It's just all of you guys came in at once. Damn. What's up, dudes? What's up? You guys are saying smash? You'd smash me? Smash or pass? Oh, no, these guys look like trolls. These guys look like trolls, man. We don't like trolls, dude. Oh, Jesus. I don't like the way this zombie's looking at me. Dude, I can't stand these walkers, dude. They ruin all training. What? What did I just go down by? Was that some sort of joke, dude? How did I just go down? Now we don't have any more quick revives, dude. If we go down, man. That's it. We are women. Yeah, you're women that wanna... Okay, yeah. You guys are definitely trolls. 110%. You guys are definitely trolls. There's no doubt about that. You guys are social justice warriors, right? I know people like you. Alright, let's just melt these guys. Let's do it. Is that a max ammo? Is there a max ammo there? Doesn't look like it. Unfortunately, man. Yo, chill. That's when I got that guy. I don't really care. Let's just pick those up. Let's go buy perks here really quick. I'm kind of pissed, man. Eric? I don't know what Eric... You spelled Eric with an A, dude. That's definitely not the right way to spell it. I have a feeling this is the round that I go down, boys. We'll see, though. Never say never, am I right? I guess. We had that insta-kill for a little bit longer, but not too much longer. Alright, let's keep training. Let's see if we can get to this challenge, get this challenge done. Oh, dude, I can feel this lack of double tap, man. I can feel it, dude. Hey, Command, are you just streaming it on YouTube, or can you do your setup with the Twitch alerts and it will work the same on YouTube without Twitch? Yeah, it'll work the same on YouTube without Twitch, man. Absolutely. So, like, if I was just streaming on YouTube right now, and you followed my Twitch, for instance, the alert would still pop up on the YouTube stream. Hopefully that helps to answer your question. YouTube chat is dead. YouTube chat has officially died, dude, which is weird, because usually YouTube chat is way more active than my Twitch chat, but hey, you know, some days my viewers just like to spice it up. I don't blame them, man. You know what I'm starting to think happened? I'm starting to think that I got killed by a crawler that was right there that I just didn't see, or some guy fell from above, which I think is also more likely. We'll never know for sure, though. It's a mystery. Let's pick this up. Perfect. Wait for these wave of guys to spawn in. Yeah, we got a follow. I appreciate that. Axe Masked, I appreciate that follow, man. Welcome to the Pro Hennis Army, my dude. Thank you for your support, man. I appreciate it a lot. Seems legit. What's up, dude? I'm on the PC as of right now, my dude. The PC. Let's go ahead and buy double tap here. Yo, Andre, thank you very much for that subscription on the YouTubes, man. I appreciate it, my brother. Welcome to the Pro Hennis YouTube Army. I appreciate your support, man. Thank you very much, dude. Whew. Dodging and weaving and juking these guys, man. You a PC nerd? I am a PC nerd, dude. 110%. PC Master Race all the way. Although it's become such a cliche phrase that I kind of hate when people say PC Master Race. But at the same time, it's, I get why, I guess. Yo, Nick Moore, I appreciate that follow today, man. Welcome to the Pro Hennis Army. Thank you for your support, man. I appreciate it. What are you playing, John Spice? Right now I'm playing Black Ops 2 Zombies. And we're trying to go for the round 25 no jug challenge. We're trying to get to round 25 without using jug. Actually, I'm gonna pick that up. I need to go to sleep. Bye. All right, see you later, homie. Go get some sleep, dude. I don't blame you, man. I need to get some sleep tonight too. I've been going to bed way too late these last couple nights, man. Let me reload this. Whew. Dude, look at all these walkers, man. Dude, like ever since I believe it was I believe it was in Black Ops 2 when they first added the fact that you don't always get walkers right at the end of, you know, sort of towards like the end of rounds. I'll explain that what I mean in just a second. RDA, thank you for your follow today, man. I appreciate it. And Creasy, I appreciate your follow as well, man. Welcome to the Pro Hennis Army, guys. Thank you to both of you, Creasy and RDA, for your support. I appreciate it. I've been wanting to build a PC lately, and I have no experience in building a computer. Did you do it, Urge, or did someone else do it for you? So essentially what I did, man, I can tell people technically that I built the PC myself, but to be honest with you, I really didn't. What happened was I knew what parts of my stream, or of my computer that I wanted. I knew what, like, components, what hardware I wanted it to have. So I went onto, like, a custom gaming PC website, iBuyPower to be more specific, and I just told them what specs I wanted. And then they just built my PC for me. The PC that I have here right now, the PC that I have here with me right now is just a laptop. So I'm currently playing and streaming off of the same laptop right now. It's a Razer Blade laptop. So she's kind of a beast. She does pretty much everything that I need her to. And she's sleek and sexy. And the only thing that bothers me is that she gets really hot. So that's the only thing. Yo, what's going on, the Friendly Machine? How you doing today, man? Thanks for stopping by, homie. I appreciate it, dude. You're one of these walkers, man. You're not a walker. I need to get out. No way, dude. Oh, no way that happens. There's no way they were that close to me. It's those lucky little swipes that they get, man. Damn. What time is it? Okay, we've been streaming for like roughly 3 hours now or something like that. We've been streaming for a long time. Jesus, let me go ahead and check here. But it's Friendly Machine, dude. What I was going for, ideally, if we had actually kept that up, was I was going to try and do the round 25 no jug challenge. Where you get to round 25 without using any jug. So, unfortunately, we were not able to do that. And I don't really know what to do anymore. We could try to do some more multiplayer, I guess. That's probably what I'm going to do here just to wrap up this stream. A little bit more multiplayer until I get like extremely bored, and then I'll just hop off, probably go get some food, and yeah. You guys are booing me and calling me trash, dude. Come on, man. You guys are like the only ones in here too, and you give me that. Ugh. You guys are trolls, though. That is for sure. You know, I kind of picture you guys like all being in the same Discord or TeamSpeak or Skype call or something like that. You guys, because you guys all came in together. You guys all know each other. You guys go to streams and you do this sort of stuff. Type Illuminati and all that. What's going on, Mohammed? How you doing today, man? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream, guys. I would start playing a little bit of music, but to be honest with you, I feel like I need to concentrate on the game. Oh, shoot. Launched underneath the wrong thing. Give me a second here. Did my whole PC? My whole screen just went black. I'm assuming you guys can still see me. I don't know exactly what you see right now, but I don't see anything on my screens. Try to fix this. It locked me out? What the hell? Yahoo! There we go. Yo, Liamos, I appreciate that follow today, man. Welcome to the Pro Hennis Army. Thank you for the man. I appreciate it, dude. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you. Alright, I'm not really sure what's going on here with my main monitor, why I can't see anything. There we go. I need to quit this. Get out of here. That is broken right now. Let's get this back up. I apologize for that, guys. Sometimes my computer does that, and I really don't know why. There's so many weird, buggy things about this computer that frustrate me, but it is what it is. Yo, what's going on, Joe's Mosboro? How you doing today, man? What's going on, Trendables? I just added you on all social media. I saw that you followed me on Instagram, man. I appreciate that, dude. I appreciate it. Thank you. Alright, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and hop into BO2 multiplayer. And we're going to hope that it doesn't crash again. Does that sound good? Yo, Mohammed, you subscribed? I appreciate that, dude. Thank you for the support, man. Thank you. You're hot? Yo, I appreciate that. That's right. You guys said you were like female Twitchers, right? You guys come into these Twitch streams and you like rate the men that you watch. That's actually a very smart idea, because like you come to the Twitch community and you're predominantly going to get a lot of single young males who are ready to mingle, you know? So if you come to Twitch to look for girls, you'll find girls, but their streams will be saturated with lots of men. So you guys are playing the game right. Whatever you're trying to do, you're doing it right. I give you props for that. Definitely playing the game. So. Alright. Hardcore Headquarters. I've played so much Hardcore Headquarters today. I don't know if this game mode... Yep. It's gonna be one of these lobbies. One of these lobbies, right? Let's go ahead and just hop into some core domination, I guess. That's what we'll do right now. I remember you from 2 years ago. My Twitch username was UGL Apex, but I stopped watching and I'm here now. UGL Apex. I know that username, man. I'm not even gonna lie. I know that username.
Domination.
Did we just join? No way. We just joined a core domination with really crappy enemy teams. And we got Nuketown. What is my luck today? This is awesome. What's going on, Intercourse Trainee? How you doing today? Welcome to the stream. And X from Louisiana. Is that my ex from Louisiana? Honestly, didn't even know my ex went to Louisiana. Very interesting. Very interesting. Intercourse Trainee. Are you part of this whole... You should get way more views for the amount of entertainment you give? I appreciate that, man. I'm giving these trainees a whole lot of entertainment, too. Hopefully they're not offended that I'm calling them trannies, but... These guys are hella weird. These are either, like, gay dudes. There's, like, 3 possibilities right now, alright? Some of them are much more unlikely than others. So here's what's most likely what's going on. Let me give you guys the likely scenario, right? These are most likely, you know, teenage dudes. All chilling. They all raid these streams together, and they all think they're so funny, and they do these little trolls, and they pretend to be horny women that want to hook up with teenage boys like myself, which is gross all by itself. Or yeah, that's the most likely scenario. Or next scenario, much more unlikely, is that we're dealing with actual trannies who legitimately just want to hang out, you know, and they just want to mingle. And if that's true, you know, I guess I'm kind of down with that. But at the same time, I'm a little weirded out. So I don't know. That guy's gonna drop shot me, dude. I'm backing up. Backing all the way up.
UAV inbound. All flags secured.
I'm very scared right now.
Losing C.
Got an orbital VSAT for next round. Let's go, baby. Or
Good job. Get ready for the
what was the last possibility that I was gonna give? I completely forget. I completely forget what the last possibility was. You're either legit trannies, you're teenage dudes who pretend to be trannies, or you're gay old men. Which I think is more likely than your actual trannies. You know what I'm saying? Yo, X from Louisiana, I appreciate that follow today. I saw you said that you followed in the chat, and I wasn't sure if you were being legit or not. But I appreciate that support. Welcome to the Pro Hennis Army. Thank you for your love today. I appreciate that a lot. And thank you to the love from all my trannies as well. You guys know I love you all the most.
We're winning this fight.
Thank you to all the trannies. I love you guys.
Alpha.
Damn, dude.
UAV on standby.
This guy's just gonna wait for me right here. What's up, dude? What's going on, man? Oh no. Oh no, they're all spawning behind us now. That's not good. That's not what we wanted.
Death machine spinning up.
We are spawn trapping them perfectly right now.
Friendly UAV.
Like, thank God I have teammates that actually know what they're doing.
Lightning strike coordinates.
Oh, no. And of course he went upstairs, man. Come on, dude. Pro Hennis equals penis? Oh, dude, you have no idea. I actually really don't even get penis jokes anymore, believe it or not. Like, can you believe my name never gets associated with a penis? I know, I can't believe it either. It's unbelievable. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, it does. The amount of penis jokes I get every day, dude, is insane. It's crazy. Wow, that guy just got absolutely destroyed. What's going on, The Real Icy? How you doing today, man? Welcome to the stream. You're going to be my my new favorite viewer as of right now, because right now my stream's getting taken over by a ton of legit trannies, teenage boys, or horny old gay men. And I'm not really sure what to believe anymore. That guy has horrible reaction time. But nonetheless, you're going to be the only person who I'm probably going to want to interact with at this point, given the amount of trolling that's going on in my chat. So I hope you're ready for a whole lot of interaction, man. So please don't leave my stream, because I need you. I need you right now. I realize you. Can you buy me a controller? Oh boy, it's gonna be one of those guys. I can't buy you a controller, man. I'm sorry. Oh, that aim though. Yo, but someone just hit that follow button. Deadly Troller Games. I appreciate that follow today, dude. Welcome to the Pro Highness Army. Or no, it's someone else followed. Yo, Intercourse Trainee followed. Oh, Intercourse Trainee and Deadly Troller Games. I appreciate that, man. Thank you very much. Welcome to the stream today, guys. Hopefully you all feel welcome. Thank you very much for your support today. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you.
Counter UAV on standby.
Kill confirmed.
Back up a little bit here.
Securing A.
Now move.
All flags secure. Hold your
Whew.
positions.
On your feet.
Friendly orbital reset online.
No way that guy actually got me, man. I'm ready for a whole lot of interaction. Yo, that's great, dude. I'm so happy. Intercourse Trainee. Brian Williams is still here? Wonderful, dude. I'm glad you're in here as well, man.
Fixed him up.
I need you, dude. I need more people like you in my chat.
Reloading.
What's going on, everybody?
Losing charge.
Are you guys fighting? You guys better not be fighting over me. See, this is where it starts getting a little bit uncomfortable, right? We got all these great trannies in here that I'm sure are just great people, down to earth people, and they just start fighting over me.
Dropped him.
And then I start feeling bad because I have to start picking favorites. And, you know, I just don't really know anymore. I just farted? Yo, that's great for you, dude. Honestly. Good for you, man. Let out all that trainee gas, you know? You guys know trainees got a lot of gas. 44 and 5. We could have easily dropped a nuclear there with trainees in my chat. Yo, someone just said something in the chat that I don't think was in here before. Yo, we got Dean Doherty. What's up, man? I've been wondering this for a while. Why is your name Pro Hennis? But then in your videos you call yourself the one and only one Hennis. That's a good question, man. I've always thought like when people would ask that question, and it's actually there's a pretty simple answer behind it. So this channel that I have right now, it's Pro Hennis, was not the first channel that I ever had. I had two channels before this. One was just called One Hennis, and one was One Hennis Gaming. And so what I did was I had One Hennis and One Hennis Gaming, and so when I had those channels, my intro when I started was, you know, what's going on, guys? It's your host, the one and only One Hennis. The reason One Hennis came into account was because, you know, Hennis came from my real name, which is Henry, and then the one was sort of, I don't know, I think one just sounded cool, or I knew a YouTuber at the time that put one in front of their name, and I just thought that looked cool, so I was just One Hennis. And then when I was thinking of a cool intro, I was calling one of my friends at school. I had to ask him for the homework, and I picked up the phone and I called him. And I was like, "Hey, is this Philip?" And he was like, "The one and only." And right there, it just clicked in my mind. The one and only just sounds cool. So, that's kind of where the one and only One Hennis came from. And then once I made another YouTube channel, One Hennis Gaming, that one fell under as well. I didn't like it as much. And then I made a new YouTube channel, Pro Hennis, which is where we are now. So what happened to his stream? The old streams that I had, I just deleted those accounts, man. I don't know. I wasn't a huge fan of the names or something like that, so I don't really know. I'm currently jerking off my surgically attached penis to your face cam image. I really regret reading that out loud, to be honest with you. God damn, you're hot AF. I'm coming. Great. Dude, there's some weird ass people on Twitch, man. Like, you guys are some weird ass dudes. Your lover just got home? Damn. But don't let her see my stream. Because I'm sure she'd be a little bit disappointed that you're cheating on her. I just jerked off so much. Thanks for answering me, man. I've always wondered. Hey, no worries, dude. It is a little bit of an interesting... It's not that interesting of a story, but I know, like, I would imagine a lot of people would be curious about that because, you know, I do my channel. I do my intro with the one and only One Hennis, and then, like, but my channel name is actually Pro Hennis, so it's weird. Hey, babe. What's up, X from Louisiana? Can anyone else see me, or am I invisible? Sem's legit. You are in here, man. I see you, bro. I see you. Yo, want to use a mod menu? Nah, dude, I'm good. I'm not a mod guy. So. Alright, this is going to be too frustrating. I don't know if we're going to be able to find a lobby with this, specifying this low of a ping. Let's try to go to 90. Maybe we'll be able to get something there. If not, we may have to go to like 100 or 130, which is going to suck because then we're going to have really bad connection, but I really don't want to play Nuke Jacked right now. Yeah, we just got the same lobby with these guys. Yo, Greg Artifacts, I appreciate that follow today, man. Welcome to the Pro Highness Army. Thank you for your support today, man. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. I'm joining your game? No way, dude. I hope you do. So a horse named Jeremy effed me last night. That's awesome, man. You guys are weird. Like, it would make more sense if you guys were on some sort of a drug. That would make it a little bit better. RIP this chat, you're getting trolled forever. I know, dude. I'm just... Does it count? Does it count to be saying that I'm getting trolled if I am not getting trolled? Like, these guys are just being weird. Like, does that count as me being trolled? These guys are just weird. But it's kind of funny. In a weird way. And it's what makes it 10 times better is that they all came in here together, so you know this is a thing that they do. They go into streams and they act like horny trannies. It's awesome. This is what people do with their free time. That's what I find most fascinating about this whole conversation we're having right now. I'll keep kicking you out of it? Alright, bro. Sounds good, man. I'm really looking forward to it. Yo, Orbital Ghost, I appreciate that follow today, man. Welcome to the Pro Highness Army, dude. Thank you for your support. Appreciate it, man. Let's try to get into a core domination. Again, we'll try this only a couple more times, but whatever. I'll get your IP? Alright, dude. I'm looking forward to that. Can you get my IP? And once you get it, can you, like, send me some pizza? Because I need some. So. Actually, if we're going to be playing Nuke Jacked, we can actually specify a pretty low ping here. So I'm actually going to go down to, like... Let's go down to a 30 ping. See if we can find any Nuke Jacked lobbies with a 30... Yo. Damn. Alright, we're going to have, like, a really good lobby right here. I love you. I love you too, King Tom. I love you too, man. Hijack Demolition? Oh, no. Prex Penguin, dude. Oh, no. We're screwed, guys. What are we going to be able to do? We can't do anything. These guys are in Prex. The greatest PC clan of all time. And it's hardcore demolition too. So get ready for the LMG wall spams. And the K9 units right up your butthole.
Hardcore demolition.
I'm ready and excited.
Protect
And
the
wide open.
objective.
In all regards. I have it if you want me to post it in the chat. I won't if you mod me. Alright, dude. Go ahead and post my IP. Go ahead. Get into their spawn here. Yo, what's going on? It's Custin. How you doing today, man? Welcome to the stream.
That's confirmed.
UAV on standby. UAV on
Out of here now.
Try.
UAV inbound. Bomb active.
Yo, someone just followed the stream. We got Candyman in the van. I appreciate that follow today, brother. Welcome to the Pro Highness Army, my dude. Thank you for your support, homie. Appreciate it. Oh, no, I didn't realize that guy was behind me, dude. Damn. Jesus, I forgot all about this stream. I'm back. Yo, Sam, what's up, dude? We deactivated one bomb. That's all we really need.
Hostile hunter killer drone inbound.
If these guys start getting too annoying, I'm probably just going to leave. I don't know why they're going for the plant so early, though. Like, these guys are strict OBJ players. Which actually may work out in our favor. We'll see. I just got riot shielded.
UAV inbound.
Alright, let's try to push up here on Catwalk. Oh, God. That was close. You know there's going to be more guys. Yeah, they come.
UAV awaiting orders. Friendly UAV inbound. Counter UAV on standby.
Threat down.
Friendly UAV inbound. Orbital VSAT awaiting orders. Orbital VSAT online.
Nope, get out of the way. No, man, of course that guy got me, dude.
Counter UAV
This is my boyfriend's account. You're on your boyfriend's Twitch account. I'm getting a Twitter and following you. All right, Sam Gaming. Sounds good, man. That's honestly the best way to keep in touch with all my content, bro. Because I tweet out every time I upload a video. I tweet out every time I start live streaming. All that good stuff, so. Best way to stay up to date with everything.
UAV awaiting orders.
Dude, this lobby is hella nice, though, bro. For real.
Hostile care package inbound. Counter UAV awaiting orders. Counter UAV inbound. Orbital VSAT awaiting orders. Be advised, hostile UAV incoming. UAV on standby. Hostile hunter-killer drone inbound. UAV inbound.
Oh, damn, dudes.
UAV awaiting orders.
We're doing pretty good right now, man.
Counter UAV inbound.
We're doing pretty good. Oh, damn. Oh, thank God. Whew.
VSAT on standby.
Please don't tell me they're skipping guys up here the whole time. No, we're good. Okay.
Orbital VSAT online.
We're at 20. No! Of course that guy gets me, man. Come on, dude. We were doing so good. Not watching the bowl? Nah, man. I'm not a huge fan of football, to be 100% honest with you. To be 100% honest with you.
Hostile lightning strike inbound.
He's gone. Fred down. Gun down.
Ah, shoot. I was hoping those guys wouldn't see me. Yo, what's going on, Hadrian? How you doing today, man? Welcome to the stream. How you doing today? Coming in with a hay with 3 Ys. Yo, that's juicy. It's like, hey, you know.
Time's almost up.
Games are just too easy, dude.
UAV awaiting orders.
Yo, chill. Ah, couldn't hit him.
Inbound.
Are you streaming on STub also? On YouTube, you mean? Yes, man, I am streaming on YouTube as well. I stream on both Twitch and YouTube at the same time.
Got it. Dropped it.
Whew. Oh, damn. 54 and 7, dude. Non-lethal. Let's freaking go, dude. Going off right now. Wallbang? Dude, the wallbangs for like are legit in this game. They're 110% legit. Then we got some really bad players on the enemy team right now.
Hardcore demolition.
I don't know why they are as bad as they are, but hey, you know, it is what it is.
Neutralize the objective.
Yeah, like 14 and 25, dude. We need more of that.
UAV on standby.
Ah, shoot. I feel like I should have gotten that guy. If you're wondering, it's 14-0 Atlanta. All right. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm rooting for the like, I don't know.
Be advised. Hostile hunter-killer drone inbound.
Falcons or Patriots. I don't know. Like, I live in New England, so you would think that I'd be rooting for the Patriots, but I don't know. Like, if I had to choose just because I know the Patriots better, I'd probably just root for the Patriots, man. In all honesty. I don't know you guys are going to be like, that's like horrible reasoning, but just it is what it is, man. The real Icy, check Twitter. I'll be sure to check Twitter right after this, man. Yo, I'm Mavericks. You're not watching the Super Bowl? Nah, fam. I'm just not a huge fan of football. I probably will at some point, though. Like, at some point today, I'm definitely going to go ahead and watch the Super Bowl, though, like, hands down. I'm going to have to. Like, just for the social gathering. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be rude and inappropriate if I don't watch the Super Bowl. Nice little quad feed right there. Oh, God.
Hostile UAV incoming. Counter UAV awaiting orders. Counter UAV inbound. Friendly UAV inbound. The bomb has been planted.
Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me.
Hostiles have destroyed your counter UAV.
Nah, of course that guy gets me, man. Only because I pushed out.
Standby.
Lady Gaga's performing at the halftime show? Yo, then I probably should watch, man.
Hostiles have destroyed your counter counter UAV.
I'm pretty sure my friends are ordering pizza and wings though, so I'm definitely gonna have to get on top of that, like ASAP. You know what I'm saying? Oh damn! Of course that guy was right behind me. Katie, man, are you gonna have a party? Nah, like I'll just hang out with some friends, dude. In all honesty, probably just go to their rooms here in a second. Yeah, if you guys don't know, I'm at college, so.
UAV awaiting orders.
Got it.
Counter UAV on standby.
Nah, dude, I wanted to go off right there. We really could have too. If we keep going off like this, we could easily drop 100 plus, like easily, dude. Pizza, yeah, we're gonna be ordering some pizza. We're gonna order some wings, got some cheesy bread, or at least that's what we mentioned yesterday. And when I say we, I mentioned the wings, and they mentioned the pizza. So I don't know. It's all gonna depend, man. That guy's just gonna sit in that corner, isn't he? Show the video on stream as well as on Twitter. It's funny AF. All right, bro. I'll be sure to show it on stream, as long as it's not like inappropriate or anything. I'm pretty sure I can show it. As long as it's not inappropriate, dude. Like anything that Twitch would deem as inappropriate.
Hostile care package inbound. Hostile UAV above.
Where are these guys, bro? I love turtles. If anyone wants me to join me on Steam BO2, I'll be hosting modded lobbies. Bro, come on, man. Don't host modded lobbies.
Hostile UAV.
This game has been a thing for like 7 years. There's no need to mod in this game, man. Literally, if you're modding in this game, you need something else to do. I mean, I get that this is a fun game and all, but like, come on, man, for real.
Hostile hunter-killer drone inbound. Hostile UAV above.
Damn, if I had turned around and gotten all those guys, man, that would have been crazy. We only need, damn, we only need 16 more kills in order to actually drop this. In order to actually drop a non-lethal 100 plus gameplay. That is actually sick when you think about it. I'm gonna go ahead and try to hop back here. Try to push underground entirely. See if we can get anything here. Oh god, man. You gotta be paying attention, bro.
Awaiting orders.
Ah, shoot. I really should have tried to push there. Try to push me forward. Dude, no cool? What are you talking about, man? What's no cool? What's not cool? Damn, I only got 5 kills there? Could have sworn I would have gotten more than that. Gotta infiltrate the spawns, dude. Gotta infiltrate the spawns. Oh, come on, dude. There's no way that guy should have gotten me. Sam Gaming, you followed? Hey, I appreciate that, man. Please scroll up and read my comment out loud. Not this one, but the one before it. I'm Mavericks. Just retype it in the chat, dude. I can't scroll back up right now because I'm playing a game.
He's gone.
Nah, dude. I wanted to try to drop 100 plus before the round ended. As long as we don't play it right now, we should be good. There we go. Alright, we lost that round. Sweet. This is probably going to be my last game, guys. After this, I'm probably going to check out and get off and just call it a day. This has been a long stream. Much longer than my usual streams. I'm on my phone. I can't copy it. Can someone please copy it, please? Yo, I'm Mavericks. I'll scroll back up and check it right after this game, man. Alright, I got you. If anyone wants to... Oh, no, you already said that. I love turtles. Or no, I just read your message again. Dude, we are playing with literally incredibly crappy players right now. It's unbelievable. And we're still doing this good.
Bomb is armed.
Ah, shoot. Just 3 more kills, baby. We got this. We got this, man. Sam Gaming, you followed? I appreciate that, dude. I don't know. I'm not really sure what you mean when you say you followed. Did you follow my Twitch, my Twitter? If you followed my Twitch, it would have popped up on screen, so I guess you mean my Twitter.
Shot out.
I was gonna say my teammates, one of my teammates better be on that, man.
UAV on standby. UAV inbound.
Threat down.
Counter UAV awaiting orders. Counter UAV inbound. The bomb has been planted.
Single shooter. Shot out.
Ah, shoot, bro. We're going off there for a little bit. Followed you on Twitter, and I followed you on Twitch. I appreciate that, Sim Gaming. Thank you very much, dude.
UAV inbound.
We got final kill cam? We did not. We dropped 113 kills solo. Or not solo. Well, technically solo. Yeah, because we're not partying up with anybody. Non-lethal, too. Damn, that was a pretty sweet gameplay. Please remember to scroll up. I got you, bro. I'm going to check that right now. I'm Mavericks. Please scroll up and read my comment. I want to watch it. I know everyone is. I don't want to keep up to date with NFL because my family doesn't have cable. I'm 12, missing out. Legit, all my friends are rubbing it in my face. That sucks, dude. That really sucks. That's unfortunate, man. Hey, you know what the good news is, though? You and I can hang out in here and not watch the Super Bowl together. Except I'm getting off, so. We were on a Relentless? Holy crap, I did not think we had gotten... Actually, yeah, towards the beginning of the game, we actually did get that high, didn't we? But damn. Hardcore Headquarters? I don't know. These guys are newbie enough. It's tempting to stay in. I'm going to stay in for one more game. I keep saying that, right? And then it's one more game is going to turn to like 3 more games and all that. Yo, Keezy, thank you very much for that follow. I appreciate it. Welcome to the Pro Hennis Army. Thank you for your support today. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. Welcome to the team. Welcome to the team. Alright. Let's go ahead and check and see how many likes we have on the YouTube stream right now, guys. If you guys haven't dropped a like on the YouTube stream and you're still watching it, a like rating is, of course, as always, very much appreciated. We got 57 likes on it right now. I appreciate it, guys. That's lit. Which is heavier, a pound of cocoa beans or a pound of pink Starburst from my van? They're both weigh the same, dude. But to be honest with you, I think the Starburst weigh more, which means I want to go get your Starburst, which means I'm going to get in your van. Are you playing with the noobs or against the noobs? We got Prex on our team, and we're playing up against... Oh, yeah, we're playing up against noobs. Wonderful. Let's make something happen here, dudes. It's what we're grinding for, boys. It's what we're made to do. What we're made to do. This is what God destined me to do. Yo, Logic's Amy. Or Logic Sammy. I appreciate that follow today. Welcome to the Pro Hennis Army. Thank you for your support today. I appreciate it very much. Thank you. Welcome to the team. Welcome to the Twitch Army. Oh, damn. Yo, Prex Penguin, man, going off. These guys know what they're doing when they play on Nuketown, man. These guys know how to play this map. This Prex clan. These guys know what they're doing. He's gonna drop some nasty gameplays. I don't know. I don't think he's running. The only thing that sucks is that I don't think he's running Orbital VSAT, which he really should be when he's as good of a player as he is. That's gonna legitimately look like a hack to that guy. What did I just get hit by? I got fouled? There's no way I got fouled right there. Okay. Could have sworn that shot was on him. That's cool though. No big deal. Didn't want to get the kill anyways. Just teasing him. Trying to tickle him with my bullets. Alright, we killed all of them, chat.
HQ secured.
Attack reload.
You can't click to cancel reload in this game? That's unfortunate. Wish I had known that before I picked up that weapon. That dude was firing a weapon with a fast fire rate. Did you see that? Pink Starburst win all the time from breakfast to dinner. Yo, dude, true. Kids love that. You're doing a great job. To pull kids into your van with Starburst, dude. You're playing the right game, my friend. You're playing the right game.
Threat neutralized.
Peek me, because I know you're gonna spawn here. Please. Don't make me look away.
HQ captured.
Oh wait, we captured the HQ? This is awkward. No, and of course that guy sees me, man. Please, you hate headquarters on Nuketown? I love hardcore Nuketown just in general. Hardcore Nuketown's amazing. It's so much fun. I don't know, the variety of game modes, I don't know. That's all personal preference, I guess, but...
Be advised, hostiles have destroyed the headquarters.
Reloading.
Sprays through walls of enemies. Gets 1 kill. on one guy that isn't even looking at me. The main fab? What do you mean why, dude? Damn, that didn't say orbital VSAT. No, it didn't. Okay, good. We're still doing pretty good as of right now. I just really want to drop. Once we can successfully drop an orbital VSAT, I will be happy. Damn, dude, I could not snap onto that guy very well. Are you Jimmy Seville MRK2? I have no idea what that reference is, my dude. Alright, that's Gucci. Oh, man. This will never... Teammate, you better destroy that thing like 5 times over. Get yourself enough points to get a Lodestar and a VTOL. That's what we need. Yo, we're back up to 30 viewers right now, guys. I appreciate all you guys coming by the stream. You guys are all awesome. Thank you very much for the love. Oh, God. We're not in a good spot right now. Yo, Jeshix, I appreciate you stopping by, man. Thank you very much for the love and the support. Thank you for the follow. Nope, don't kill me. And he kills me. Very, very wonderful. Arrow ET, what's going on, man? She put me in the account. Okay, well, that's weird. Do I play any other games? Ferdy316. I feel like I've definitely seen your username before, dude. To be honest with you, man, I don't really play many other games. Pretty much all that I play is Call of Duty. I do play H1Z1, and I'm trying to get into Counter-Strike as well, because I definitely want to stream those games for you guys, but it's rough. It's definitely a rough gig, because I'm so used to COD, and I'm such a COD fanboy, that it's hard for me to get used to other games, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, man? Damn, bro, that was just a rough little kill patch for you, bro. Yo, chill. Holy crap. I don't know how that guy managed to push by his chat. What, a 20? If we peek this, we're going to die. Back up. I really want to drop this nuclear, boys. Nope. No! Where were the shots on that guy? Where was the shots on that guy? Was that a joke? I could have been in their spawn. I could have dropped a nuclear right there, dude. That would have been a nuclear. Hands down, in my opinion, I think. This guy just spun around a couple times. Orbital VSAT's back up, baby. Here we go. Push up here. Damn it, man. Saw, dude. Oh, shoot. The hell? Let's back up. Could have sworn that was a guy. Oh, God, the spawn's all flipped. The hell? I was not expecting that at all. Can you show us your stats, kill chains? Absolutely, yeah, I can show you guys that, all that stuff. And I accidentally hip-fired and killed myself. If you guys don't know, when you play Nukejacked, which is with the game mode that I'm in right now, and it's exclusive to PC, when you shoot a teammate, it kills you. If I donate, will it show on the stream? Yes, Arrow. All donations show up on stream, man. Absolutely. Who knows, man? Maybe you'll make my top 20 dono list right here. You pretty much only have to donate $1, which is the minimum amount to make it anyways. But yeah, the highest singular donation I've ever gotten is $103. But the highest, most qualified, the guy that's donated the most money in total is $202. So, Jimmy Seville is a rapist. Oh, that's the thing, man. I don't know any of that stuff. I don't know that he was a rapist, but that's messed up. I did not know. feel like I should have had that. You know? I feel like I definitely should have had that. Dang, I know, man. It's crazy. Like, it was just these, like, 2 guys that came into my stream, too. Their donations were legit. And they just came in, they just started dropping bombs. It was insane. It was insane. I was gonna say, thanks, teammate. I'll see that right here.
Headquarters online.
Alright. They're definitely on it. Oh, you can actually spray through that. Wow, I feel kind of bad. Okay.
On standby. UAV
Oh, we're on it. Spawns flip, teammate.
Be advised, hostile UAV incoming. Counter UAV on standby.
I'm gonna lay down right here. I don't feel safe.
Down and clear.
No, dude, of course I get killed right there, man. What console? Expert Magic. I'm on the PC, my dude. You guys think we can drop a solo gameplay or solo 100 plus gameplay right now? You guys think we can drop a solo gameplay? You guys think we could go solo this game right now? Wait, Hugh Jasmine. Yo, I know this guy, man. I used to play with this guy on PC. This guy's the bomb. I thought Baba Ops donated $498. He did at one point, man. He needed to ask for some of the money back because there were some issues with him and his dad. Thought he donated too much money. So he asked for $300 back. So that's why his donation total went down so much. Because he needed me to donate some of that money, or pretty much a lot of that money back to him. And he promises he's going to try to pay me back, but I don't know, man. We'll see. We'll see. It's going to be pretty hard to do without a job in the current position he's in. But, you know, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt here. Are you playing with a controller or keyboard? I'm playing with keyboard and mouse, man. I'm on the PC, so keyboard and mouse is the way to go. You will not survive PC Call of Duty if you do not play with keyboard and mouse. If you play with a controller, I mean, you'll be good and you can like drop gameplays and all that, but like the best of the best on PC will always destroy the best of the best on console when it comes to aiming. It's because you can aim better with a keyboard and mouse. It's just, it's like, I don't know, there's some like science behind it with like how your body like aims or how your hands, like, I don't know, it's just easier. You know, so it is what it is. That's teammate. There's like at least another guy alive here.
Be advised, hostile UAV incoming. HQ secured.
What?
Down and clear.
Damn, that was a lot of people. Holy crap. Fernie, have you ever think of playing Rainbow Six Siege? Rainbow Six Siege, man? I played the beta. I remember I played the beta when it came out, and I just wasn't a huge fan of it, man. I have $5 in my PayPal, and it's not letting me donate. I don't know why, man. It should be letting you. Is it like, is PayPal like locking your account or something, or is it like the transaction's not going through? I would make sure that you can still log into your PayPal. That's what I would do. I would log into your PayPal and see if there's any issues on that side.
Headquarters secured.
Be my first guess, man. Please don't kill me. Ah, he got me. To be fair, he's donated lots. Yeah, he's still donated a ton, man. In all honesty, exactly. And it's your thoughts about Trump? Expert Magic coming and asking the big questions, dude. I do have a credit card linked in my PayPal. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know you can't donate using a credit card. You can't donate using a credit card, so if you still wanted to donate and your PayPal wasn't working, you could just enter in the credit card information. Oh, damn. How do we do? 82 kills? Not too shabby. If we had stayed alive a little bit longer after we had capped it, we probably would have been able to get you know, some higher kill gameplays there, but it is what it is. 58 likes on the YouTube stream right now, guys. I really do appreciate that. If you guys are watching the stream and you are enjoying it, a like rating is very much appreciated. Helps me out a ton. Oh, I just got a text. Ooh. We brought a Brutal that game? No way. I did not think we were on a brutal. Holy crap. I did not think we were on a brutal. We're gonna play another one though. Hardcore headquarters, dude. So much fun. You know what I want to throw on actually? I'm gonna mess with these guys a little bit. Let's throw on let's throw on the MMS site. Fast mag. That's gonna be a really interesting setup. I wonder how these guys are gonna take it. We'll see. A suppressor may be really nice as well, but we can't put like an insane amount of attachments on it. Why do you play at 65 FOV now? To be honest with you, man, ever since I got back into console or got into console gaming, it just makes more sense now to play the 65 FOV. And to be honest with you, I feel like I can be much more accurate and I can see people much easier and my aim's just better. I don't know. In my opinion, I just think this is nicer. You have 852 tokens, Gaming Ninja? Bro, you're insane, man. You're insane. Wow. I kind of just got wrecked right there. Alright, here we go. Focus, focus, focus up here. Let's get it. Expert Magic, do you know about League play?
He's done. Coming off, stand by. That's a kill.
Basham, are you ready for this?
Yo, we just got a new subscriber. Yo, Bailey, I appreciate that subscription on the YouTubes. Thank you very much for your love today. I appreciate it a lot. Can I get some love for Bailey in the chat? Thank you very, very much. So you know about League play shutting down? I'm kind of mad because I was Masters Rank 2 and they didn't do Ranked anymore. I didn't know they were shutting down, man, in all honesty. That comes as a surprise to me. I didn't even know they were shutting down, man. Yo, what's going on, SLX Ping? How you doing today, brother? Welcome to the stream, man. Damn. MMS site, dude, is going to make everything so much easier.
Reloading.
Oh my god, dude. Of course I couldn't shoot that guy as my teammate was in front of me. Man. What was that? Is that an enemy? Damn. Alright, there we go. We're Gucci. They're probably going to spawn right over here, so I just got to be ready for that.
HQ captured.
Oh, jeez, man. Slightly faster reaction time on my part, and I would have been dead. Alright, this setup is not fairing me right now, man. Yo, Expert Magic, I appreciate that subscription, man. Welcome to the ProHennis Army. I appreciate that love, the love today, man, on the YouTube stream. I play with TapX members on PS4. Oh, nice, dude. TapX members are insane. Those guys drop some nasty gameplays, dude. Like, legitimately nasty gameplays. I'm not a huge trapper myself. I'm not really into the whole trapping scene, so I don't like... I wouldn't say I'm like necessarily like a huge fan of their content, but I definitely know who they are. And there's a lot of cool guys in TapX. Okay, these guys are starting to really piss me off. We may have to leave this lobby soon.
That's a kill.
Alright, chat. That's cool. Hello? Dude, I'm leaving this lobby. This lobby's pissing me off. We can't do that anymore, man. Let's just try core domination. We'll see if we can get a good lobby out of that. Because to be honest with you, if we can find a good amount of noobs... If we can find a good amount of noobs... And maybe some teammates that can drop a few streaks, maybe get a hater or so. Or not a hater. Oh my gosh, a VSAT. Wow. It's been too long since I played this game. I've been playing way too much BO3. 1 second, guys. I'm just responding to a text right now. Apologize for the delay. Give me a second. Alright, cool. I'm gonna have to turn on my search preferences here a little bit. Yeah, we're all the way down to 30. Let's try to back out of this and go to domination. Do you ever play GTA 5? I do have GTA 5, man. To be honest with you, I've only played it a couple times. I only have it on the PC, so I don't have it on console. But the couple times that I've played it, man, it's fun. I've just never really been a huge fan into like game modes or styles of game like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm going there for the recruitment challenge. Already completed a couple. Nice, dude. That's awesome, SLX. SLX ping. That's awesome, man. Dude, going for recruitment challenges is so much fun. I remember that's how I joined Carnage like 2 summers ago. Heading up? Rob's getting food. So he'll have food in a little bit. If you wanted to have some of that. That's what I'm going to wait for. You sure? Yeah. Okay. What's Nukejacked? So Nukejacked, man, is the greatest playlist of all time. It's a playlist that's a combination of both Nuketown and Hijacked. Core or hardcore, any game mode that you want. It's awesome. It's absolutely phenomenal. And I've been absolutely loving it. Absolutely loving playing it. And it's really what got me addicted to Call of Duty, I'd say. We're going to do like one more game of Nukejack, guys, and then I am actually going to get off, like for real this time, alright? We've been playing a lot.
Be advised, hostiles have returned their flag.
Yeah, my ping is way too high for this. Ping is way too high for that. If we're going to go on Nukejack, let's turn our ping all the way down to 30 so we can get like the best connection possible. Hop into one last game, and then we'll hop right out of here. Let you guys go enjoy the Super Bowl, which is probably already over, in all honesty. I actually wouldn't be surprised. Alright, turn up our search preferences a little bit more, and then... Nope, Nukejacked. We'll bring it down to like 50. Maybe, possibly. Good Nukejacked lobby with 50 ping? No, it's not happening. Alright, let's try 70. Interesting. This is going to be our last game, guys. I do appreciate all of you guys who have stuck in the stream today, though. You guys have been awesome. Like, your support has been unreal. Hennis, how do you feel about the new COD? It's going to be boots on the ground. I'm excited for it, man. If the new COD is indeed boots on the ground, Call of Duty 2017, I'll be very excited. Because I think Infinity Ward really let a lot of people down when it comes to Infinite Warfare. I think they kind of messed up. The game lacks a lot of creativity, and it just wasn't really that fun. So I'm really hoping they kind of step things up a little bit. Because if they don't, I'm gonna be pretty pissed. If they make another Infinite Warfare, dude, I don't know what I'm gonna do. We're playing in a pretty good lobby right now, although it looks like the other tryhards are on the other team, so I don't know exactly how this is going to go. We shall see, though. We shall see. I'm excited about boots on the ground, though, guys. I've been thinking for a long time about moving my webcam, guys. How does it feel if I move the webcam right over there? I don't know. I feel like that's too weird.
Be advised, hostiles have destroyed the headquarters. Headquarters identified.
What do you guys think of that? You get that angle? I think that angle might be a little bit better, actually. What do you guys think of that camera angle? I'm curious.
Hostile counter UAV above. Radar's down.
'Cause every time I look over here at chat, it just seems a little bit more intuitive. You know what I'm saying? Like I always look over towards you guys. I always look over there. What did I miss, Asher? And you didn't miss much. Did not miss much. We actually didn't even drop a single nuclear this stream. We dropped like 3 brutals though. It was brutal, to say the least. It was pretty brutal. What's going on, Zenkoi? How you doing today, man? Welcome to the stream today, dude. Oh, shoot. Of course there was a guy behind us. But how do you guys feel about that camera angle? I really like that camera angle, to be 100% honest with you. I think it looks a lot better. I think it makes the stream look a little bit cooler.
Topping off, stand by. Target check. Shoot her down.
UAV awaiting
Shoot her down.
counter UAV on standby.
Damn, that's a GG. 16-6, not too shabby.
Objective
Not too
parameters
shabby.
obtained.
Alright guys, so that's going to go ahead and be the end of the stream. I appreciate all you guys coming by today, though. You guys have been awesome. I appreciate the support today a lot. You guys have been great. But yeah, I'm actually going to go ahead and get off because I've been streaming for a while today. I don't know how long it's been, but it's probably been close to 3.5 hours. So yeah, I appreciate all the love today, though, guys. You guys were awesome. I'm probably going to be streaming again tomorrow, most likely Black Ops 3. Not sure what time. I'll be sure to keep you guys updated. What am I playing on? Nathan, why not? I'm actually playing on the PC, man. Playing on the PC. But we're getting off now. Appreciate all of you guys coming by. Like I said, you guys were great today. All the love and support was awesome. So yeah, I don't really think there's anything else I gotta say other than keep up the support. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you. Follow me on Twitter so you guys know when I go live, when I upload videos, and all that good jazz. I don't really know. The Scar class? So the Scar class that I was using, I just quit out my game, but I can describe it to you really quickly. I was using the Scar H, obviously, with Silencer, Stock, and Quick Draw. And Flak Jacket, Toughness, Scavenger, and Tac Mask as perks. Definitely the most solid class that I've ever played with. It's such a good weapon to use. So incredibly good. But yeah, that's going to go ahead and... I just looked right up there to talk to the camera. But that's going to go ahead and be the end of the stream, guys. Thank you guys all so much for coming by. I love all of you guys. Go follow me on Twitter. Drop a like on the YouTube stream if you haven't done so already. Peace out. And I will see you guys in the next one. Until next time, everybody, keep gaming. And as always, stay cool. Adios.